If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
People who walk or explore haunted and abandoned houses or isolated outdoor places, what's your scariest paranormal encounter or creepiest experience while exploring?
Creepy half-built mansion in the woods. I grew up deep in the country on a mountain in the Pacific Northwest and had a half-broke pony we got for $50 when I was a kid. John was big for a pony and mean as a snake, quick to bite, and loved to buck, but he also loved me and only me. I loved that shithead horse right back. One day, when I was about 10 to 12 years old, I decided to go on a long ride with John alone without even telling my mom I was leaving. Don't do that. I was riding on old logging trails for about an hour when we found this lovely clearing with a half-built mansion, which was weird on its own because everyone on that mountain lived in a dilapidated trailer. I left him in front so he could wander around and eat grass while I explored. It was so weird, it looked like it had been abandoned years ago. I climbed the unfinished stairs to the third floor looking for a view. When I got up to the top, I noticed many obvious bullet holes and rusty brown all over the only door. It felt like it was pulling me physically, like gravity. Suddenly I heard my pony scream, and he came stumbling up the stairs with the whites of his eyes showing, a sign of fear. Horses hate stairs and will avoid them, but he was coming for me. I climbed on him, and he ran/stumbled as fast as he could down those stairs and did not stop running full tilt away until we were home. I could barely hold on and felt weirdly dizzy, like I had been spinning around in circles. My mom was so worried about me when I arrived she barely yelled at me and put me right to bed. Apparently she had to walk John for over an hour to get him to cool down because he was overheated from running so fast. He normally wouldn't let anyone but me near him and hated all adults, but he did everything she asked that afternoon. Here's another weird thing. I left my house early in the morning before my mom woke up. It felt like I was only gone for a couple of hours. But I got home at almost dark. Over 5 hours unaccounted for. John refused to ever go on that logging trail again. Not that I wanted to go there. I'm not sure what it was. John was brave, he wasn't scared of barking dogs, he even stomped 2 German shepherds to death once, and chased a cougar off our property. I never saw him that scared before or after. Abandoned farm entity encounter. I and my friend, the one recording, were driving around at night outside the city, turning down random roads to see if anything was intriguing. We turned down this one dirt road, and I spot an abandoned building. We were bored, and we thought, why not go explore it? We parked the car around 30 meters away from the farm and start exploring. It was a very dilapidated farm, and there wasn't a lot to see, but we still went around. There were 2 rooms with wood inside, and on the outside was the farm itself, with an old brick wall sticking out. The whole time we were there, it was very, very silent, there was no wind and no animals around. The farm also had a first floor and a second floor, which wasn't accessible, and it was very open. We were walking around the building, and we had one corner left to make a full lap and go home. Right as we turned the last corner, we had seen this one when we arrived already, my friend first, and then I saw what appeared to be a white head and neck bouncing up and down on a second floor level. If there was more to the body, then it was hidden behind the brick wall. We both ran as fast as we could to the car, and we were completely in shock for the whole car ride back home. What makes this whole story unexplainable is that we explored both sides of the long brick wall at the beginning, and there was no way to climb up and peek over it like the figure did. Furthermore, as I mentioned before, there was absolute silence while we were exploring, the only ones making noise were us. Does anyone have an explanation as to what that entity was? My dad found a weird radio station about 20 to 30 years ago. My dad told me about this a few days ago, and the anecdote is shared with permission. He is typically straightforward and skeptical, not believing in anything uncanny or bizarre, and he usually doesn't share stories like this, which is why it has really stuck with me. I was talking to him about number stations, and he suddenly tells me he had a strange experience with the radio. He said between 20 and 30 years ago, he was driving through the middle of nowhere in Saskatchewan and surfing radio stations for something to listen to when he tuned into a radio station that, according to him, sounded like it was just playing the sound of someone smashing glass. He said that it would be silent, and then there would be the sound of crashing glass, and silence, and more crashing glass, at fluctuating intervals. He said it didn't sound like someone looping the same audio because the gaps were all different, and it sounded like different sized objects being broken. There were no voices, just the sound of glass being shattered. He told me he listened for at least 10 minutes just to see if a radio announcer would cut in and explain what was going on, but that never happened. He then lost the signal, and the radio switched to static. After channel surfing for a while, he returned to the original station, where he heard the sound of breaking glass again. He listened for a few more minutes before moving on to a different station. He claims it's the weirdest thing he's come across, and he genuinely has no explanation for it. Scary music is coming from the abandoned house. A couple of weeks ago I was out with my friend driving around on back roads. We do this a lot because we live in the middle of nowhere and there is nothing fun to do on the weekends. We drove so many dirt roads that we lost track of where we were. On the side of one of the dirt roads, there was a small abandoned shack-like house. I drove past it, but eventually, my friend and I both had the same idea that we should go explore it. I parked my car on the side of the road, and we walked towards the house. My heart was already beating fast because you never know what's inside an abandoned house. As we got close, however, we heard some creepy old music playing from inside the house. It was a kind of music that you would imagine coming from an old broken cassette tape, all slowed down and creepy sounding. We ran out of there so fast, scared for our lives. Furthermore, the house was clearly abandoned, with grass in front of it like 2 feet tall, unpainted, and just overall abandoned looking. The windows were foggy, however, and there were a few beer cans in the front yard. However, it was a scary experience. Exploring. Being a 19-year-old college kid with equally moronic friends, I decided the best use of our time was urban exploring. We didn't see anything strange for the first few places we hit and remarkably never found ourselves in any trouble. I guess never finding ourselves in danger didn't satisfy the itch, and we tried upping our game. In this case we decided to explore an abandoned hospital one night. Walking into it, we all felt the same type of anxiety at the same time. You know that feeling where you get called into your boss's office and you aren't sure what you've done? It was like that, just an overwhelming sense of nausea. Being young and dumb, we didn't turn around. We moved through the hospital and walked into the children's ward when one member of the group realized their phone had turned off by itself. Everyone else took their phones out, and each one wouldn't turn back on. Then I saw it. A pale child peeking their head from one of the hospital rooms. I tried processing what I was seeing when it smiled and waved. Then another, and each of the rooms in the hall had a child smiling with malicious intent. We ran, and I didn't look back, although one of my friends said later on they were chasing us. We sprinted to the car, and once we made enough distance between us and the hospital, we turned on our phones. Each of the group members had a text from a blocked number saying some variation of the same thing. Come back. Ghost in the bog. My family is originally from a small fishing village called Catalina, Newfoundland. 4 to 5 miles north of Catalina is the even smaller village of Little Catalina. The surrounding area is covered in small ponds and bogs. In 1913, the town of Catalina held a dance for local youth. My great-grandmother was about 13 years old at the time and was in attendance at this dance. According to her, a girl from Little Catalina came as well, walking the few miles. Her name has been lost to history. Well, that night it was unusually dark, and a fog rolled in off the North Atlantic. The dance finished at about 9 p.m., and everybody went home. My great-grandmother said that the next morning the girl's parents were riding in their wagon, stopping at everybody's houses looking for their daughter, thinking she may have stayed in Catalina with friends or relatives. One boy said that he had seen her walking up the road toward Little Catalina after the dance. A search party was organized, and for 2 weeks local men searched the forests and bogs while fishing boats scanned the coastline but never found any sign of her. Eventually everybody came to the grim conclusion that she must have gotten lost in the dark and fallen into a bog hole, which, like quicksand, will suck you down. Months later, a man claimed to have seen her floating over the bogs one evening. He said that he attempted to go out to her, but she disappeared into the forest. I suppose nobody put much weight behind his claims because he was a drunk. Years later, probably in the early 1920s, my great-grandmother said that she was out berry picking in the bog with her sister as the sun began to set. She said she looked across the bog and saw a girl floating steadily and smoothly over the ground. She said her movement was so smooth that there was no possible way that it was a person walking. Great-grandmother claimed to have seen her a few more times through the years. She passed away in 1991. In the summer of 2008, I was 16 years old. My grandfather and I were spending the summer in Little Catalina with relatives. Being old enough to drive, I spent most of my days in Catalina at the swimming hole. One evening I was driving back with a distant cousin, and as we were passing the bogs, he pointed out the windshield. "What's that?" When I looked over, I saw a girl standing in the bog. Except the strange thing was her height. She seemed overly tall for the distance we were away from her, about 40 yards. I would have guessed that she would have had to have been 7 feet tall, but her proportions didn't seem to match being that tall. I slowed down, and I asked my cousin, who's a local, if he knew her. He said no. The girl then turned smoothly and quickly floated away behind some trees. My cousin and I were genuinely freaked out and drove back home. When I got home, I told my grandfather what I had seen. All he said was huh, and he told me the story my great-grandmother had told him. He said over the years he had heard of people who had seen a ghost in the bogs but always thought it was just a story to keep kids from playing out there since it was so dangerous. I was never alone. When my grandma died, I inherited her old farmhouse. It's a beat-up place, way out in the middle of nowhere. Creepy quiet. My parents moved us out when I was like 5. They never really said why, and honestly I barely remembered anything about it. So I went back there alone to start cleaning it up. The first night, I swear I heard footsteps above me. In the attic. I checked. Nothing there. The second night, I heard whispering. Like actual whispering. It stopped the second I opened the attic door. On the third night, I found this old photo tucked behind a dresser. It was my family, me, Mom, and Dad. And some other person standing behind us. Pale face. Weird smile. We don't have a fourth family member. I called my mom, kind of laughing at first, but when I told her about the photo, she just went totally silent. Then she said, real quiet, we never locked the attic. We just never opened it. Then the call dropped. I heard the footsteps again. Experience in Mexico. My family owns a very secluded ranch in Mexico. The ranch was separated into 2 sections with a wall dividing it. One side was for the poor, and the other was for the rich. The wall was also behind the family ranch house. One day the rich decided to leave and tore everything down. All they left was the half-broken wall. Rumors then started that the rich left their money buried on the property. Currently, my family continues to visit the ranch, and it is a tradition for every family member to carve their name into the remaining wall each time they go. But, after we're done carving our name, there's always the sound of glass breaking and then the sound of a bunch of coins clanging together. This has happened to all of my family members, including myself. It can't be anyone making the noise because the whole ranch is abandoned, only the family house that's been there since the 1900s and the broken wall are there. Some have even tried chasing after the noise, and no one or anything is ever there. The rich also used to host small parties right behind their side of the wall, and the music would be blaring, and the sound of laughter would fill the silence in the night. A very long time after the wall was half torn down, one of my family members was taking a walk at night and heard the sound of laughter and music. She then started walking towards the sound, and when she got to the wall, it became silent in an instant. Doesn't make it any better that there's a small grave of a random man who died in the road in front of the family ranch house. Faceless old woman, Southeast Indiana. My wife and I frequently go on late-night drives, looking at creepy abandoned barns/homes, cemetery hopping, and doing a little ghost hunting here and there. But last night we both saw something that made our skin crawl. It was pretty damn dark, and we were in the middle of nowhere in southern Indiana, somewhere near the Big Oaks National Wildlife Refuge, during the partial blood moon last night. We were in an area with many woods, and it was pretty damn hilly. As we were coming down a hill, I spotted someone on the side of the road. It looked like an old, slightly hunchbacked woman, but there wasn't a house nearby, and she didn't have any light source, so we slowed a bit and were going to see if she needed help. The first thought was maybe it was someone lost/wandering with Alzheimer's or something. As we got closer, she turned toward us, and then we saw her face. Or lack thereof. She looked like she had skin stretched over what should have been her face. Like one of those old school mannequins that had no nose and no real distinct facial features, but skin instead of plastic or whatever the hell they are made of. As we got closer, it almost looked like her face shifted. Like it tried to add facial features but failed badly. There still wasn't a nose, just flat skin. A mouth line appeared but no defined lips. Eyes looked painted on but gray, with no iris or pupil to see. Keep in mind this was from about 10 to 15 feet away at this time, so we could see pretty clearly with headlights. As we passed, she turned her face to follow us. We booked it out of there, and today I've been trying to see what the hell it was we saw. The closest thing I could find was the Naparabo, but that's mostly a Japanese thing, with sightings in Hawaii and occasionally up and down the Pacific coastline. Does anyone else have any sightings of something similar, or might they know what we encountered? I wish we had taken a picture, but when we saw the face, we were in a bit of a panic. Was I alone or not? Okay, so I need to explain what I do. I'm a police officer who works the night shift in South Australia. The majority of calls are burglaries or speeding drivers, but this call was different. I was with a colleague when we got a call about someone who had seen someone moving in an abandoned house. When we arrived, the guy was waiting across the road from the abandoned house. He told us that he had seen a light coming from one of the upstairs windows and he thought he saw something moving. This sounded like a squatter who was living in the house, so I and my colleague Matthew went in to ask them to move out. The front door opened easily, and we got our flashlights out and called out. "Hello, is anyone in here? If so, you need to leave." No response. We went further into the house, which was filled with graffiti and planks of wood everywhere, when suddenly I heard a loud bang from upstairs. Matthew and I both froze, aiming our flashlights at the shattered and torn ceiling. "Who's up there? You need to leave right now, this is private property. You can't be here." No response. Just then we heard footsteps walking down the stairs, but then they just stopped. We went to see who it was, but there was no one there. I was about to go upstairs, but then Matthew froze. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" "That voice." I told him it was nothing, and we went upstairs. It was even creepier. The only light was that of our flashlights, and the graffiti got even weirder. It was satanic with messages such as "Hell is fun and may Satan be with you." We brushed it off, but then from somewhere on the floor, a door slammed shut. "Whoever's here, this is your last chance. This is private property, you can't be here." I was starting to get nervous, and I could tell Matthew was as well. We went towards the source of the noise, but then we stopped. I heard something. A whisper in my ear. I couldn't tell what it said. I asked Matthew if that was him, but he didn't know what I was on about. The last room was where we heard the door slam. When we entered the room, what we saw freaked us out. A satanic pentagram was drawn on the floor, and the candles were lit. In the middle of the pentagram was a satanic Bible, above it was a noose, and scrawled all over the walls were the words, "Do you reject the Trinity?" Just then the sound of running footsteps coming up the stairs freaked us both out, and as we were leaving, the door to the room with the pentagram slammed. We ran out of that house with multiple sets of running footsteps upstairs, but we left it as quickly as possible. We told the caller that it was all sorted. But when we radioed in what we found, we were told to return later. At around 6 a.m. the sun was starting to rise, so we decided that we would return. When we went back to the room that had the satanic pentagram in it, everything was gone, and there was no evidence that anyone had been there, but as we were leaving, I turned to look up at the window. I was horrified. In the window of the room I saw a shadow hanging from a noose. I don't know what happened there that night, and if any of you guys have any theories or ideas, I'd love to hear them. Thank you for listening. An old woman chased us and vanished into thin air. It's been over a decade now, 12 or 13 years, and I still can't shake off what happened that day. Back then, my best friend and I lived in a small city where everyone knew everybody. One afternoon, we were out walking our dogs on a random street. It was broad daylight, nothing unusual, just a normal day. Our dogs were small, friendly, and had never acted aggressive before. But suddenly, both of them started barking and growling, completely out of character. We looked up and saw an elderly woman, maybe around 70 or 80, walking toward us. As she got closer, the barking got louder and more frantic. Then everything went from strange to terrifying. When the woman realized our dogs were barking at her, she suddenly started running towards us with an insane speed that didn't make sense for her age. She was cursing loudly as she ran, and we were so shocked and scared that we instinctively turned and ran away. Here's the weirdest part, the street was completely straight. No corners, no alleys, no buildings she could have darted into. We could only run back or forward, there was nowhere else to go. After a while we risked a look behind us, and she was gone. Just like that. We both saw that. No sign of her anywhere. It was like she vanished into thin air. We never saw her again, and in a town that small, where you know every face, that's saying something. To this day we still talk about it and can't explain what we witnessed. I'm naturally skeptical and don't normally believe in paranormal things, but this I can't forget. Can somebody explain what happened, or what sense can we make out of this? Maybe, after all of those years, we will have our answers. Red lights. So, back in 2016, I had a pretty interesting yet scary encounter. We were with a group of friends at a campsite. I was 15 years old at the time, and we observed red lights in a forest on 3 separate occasions, each at different locations and for a brief duration. Each encounter lasted approximately 20 seconds. The first encounter was on day 3, when we were on a small hill. It was around 10 p.m., and it was pretty dark outside, and we saw it, a pretty weak red light in the forest compared to others. We didn't really care about it much that day. One of the guys, let's call him M, woke up with an insane headache and felt pretty awful the whole day. We, with the second guy, T, were okay. Day 6, encounter 2. On that day, I and M went at night to an abandoned house. It looked like a typical Soviet building from the 60s that got abandoned like 30 years ago. Well, there was nothing strange until it appeared again. A very bright red light was 50 meters from us. It was static, and it wasn't pulsing, just a normal red light. We couldn't see the thing that created it. We went back to the house, kind of scared. The next day, M felt bad again, with the same symptoms, but harder. We with T went to investigate it, but there was nothing in the forest. Day 8, Encounter 3. 11 p.m. We, with some other guys, made a campfire near a pool. As the rain began, we sought shelter under the outdoor roof near our house. And we saw it again, not as powerful as the last time, yet it was the longest encounter, 50 seconds. After we went to sleep, I woke up at 3 a.m. and started to vomit. I vomited 25 times that night, and it ended at 9 a.m. My parents drove to take me home. Share your similar experiences and explanations. Creepy creature walking. When I was a kid, maybe 11 or 12, I was walking home with my mom. It was maybe 11 p.m., and suddenly in front of me, I saw a black creature walking right. The creature was deformed, and I froze. I asked my mom if she saw it, but she said she didn't see anything. I think she was on a phone call and maybe wasn't paying attention. After a minute, I looked right to see if the creature was there, but I saw nothing. We continued to walk home, but I was terrified. I never told anyone because I know they would not believe me. Strings in the trees. This would be either 1989 or 1990. My family lived in a small central MA town about 10 miles from what at the time was an active army base. There is also an army geophysics laboratory abandoned in the woods nearby. A bunch of igloo-shaped hills with hatches on the side with signs in the door indicating them as such. It's also near Lancaster, Massachusetts, and was the site of several massacres on both sides of King Philip's War. Anyway, one night we came home from dinner. As we pulled into the driveway, a huge, very bright light went on in the backyard. It looked like a massive helicopter was landing like a Chinook, but there was no sound at all. My dad jumps out of the car and goes tearing around the side of the house yelling, "Who's back there?" But just then the light went out. He never saw anything else. The next day, however, we found these massive, transparent strings draped from the very tips of the pines across the backyard. These are white pines, super tall, ringing the yard, so these strings were going about 50 or 60 yards from treetop to treetop at a height of 75 to 100. They were transparent, and you could only see them when they caught the sunlight. They looked like fishing line, but given how big they looked at that height, they must have been enormous. They remained there for nearly 2 years, and then, unexpectedly, they were gone one day. The weirdest thing about this experience for me is that nobody else thought it was weird. To this day, if I bring it up at Thanksgiving or something, it's dismissed as me being a weirdo, which is true but also what the F. This happened to my friend. At 16, I was chosen to lead a group of young freshmen and assist instructors at an adventure camp in Sembawang. I wasn't fond of the location, as it was near the infamous Kampong Wak Hassan, which has experienced common sightings of Pontianaks and Pekongs. The beach nearby is also a hotspot for people to dispose of spiritual items. Before our night walk, we had a briefing. Each group would have to walk through a dense forest, passing by the beach, a mosque, and an old gate. The leaders had to stay at chosen positions along the route to ensure students wouldn't stray. When night fell, I took up my spot near the beach and waited for the first group to pass. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone at the beach but paid no attention to them. Soon, the presence came closer to me. I heard small chants, a dead giveaway that someone was throwing away something spiritual. After the person left, I felt someone's hand grab me. I was shocked but didn't dare to turn around. Thankfully, a group of students finally walked past my route, and all was back to normal. During the debrief, everyone said they felt someone standing next to them even when they were alone. Just like me, no one dared to look back. Post-experience, I came down with a fever, and a mysterious mark temporarily appeared on my hand. Abandoned cars. This is a true encounter that actually happened to me. So I'm 16 and can drive. Every weekend or so my two buddies and I like to drive around at night and see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into. Well, this past weekend we started getting bored because we had visited every place that we usually go to, until one of my friends, let's call him Jeffrey, suggested that we visit the lake behind the local middle school. Note, this is about 9:30 at night, the middle school is surrounded by houses, but following a few roads and turns, you end up in a heavily wooded area. Going down a two-lane road with dense forest on both sides of the road and a few houses here and there, you eventually end up at the lake, where there is a dock you can fish off of. The dock is a public area, so we weren't breaking any rules being there. We spent some time at the lake until we got bored of that, so my other friend, let's call him Derek, wanted to explore the area a little bit. So we hopped in the car and made our way out of the dock parking lot. We drove across the street to where another street intersected the main street that we crossed. The road we were on now had no houses and was very dark. Just the atmosphere freaked us out. But this is where it gets weird. We were still traveling on that road when we came across two cars parked on the left side of the road facing the opposite direction we were. The car in front, we assumed, must have been there for a while because it was off and was frosted over. The car behind it was on and running, with the inside lights on and the passenger door open. This really freaked us out, so we drove a little bit ahead to turn around. There was a building at the end of the road with very bright lights. We noticed this as we passed the cars. We turned around and went back down the road. As we passed the two cars, nothing had changed, so we weren't too scared. It was only about 2.5 seconds after we passed the cars when we noticed a dull flash in the top of the trees in front of us, as if someone took a picture from behind us. I hit the brakes and opened my window and stuck my head out the window and looked behind us. There was a dark figure standing in the middle of the road. I couldn't see any features because the lights from the building were masking its front. The figure was average height and was standing with its legs spread apart. Its arms were at its sides, and it appeared to be holding something square in its hand. I slammed on the gas pedal and peeled out of there. Jeffrey saw it, but Derek did not get to see it. We were all shaken up about the whole event. I no longer go out driving to unknown areas at night. Angry nun threw me across the room. So back in 2007, when I was still a baby, my mom moved out of my grandmother's home and found a new home to move to, where her best friend would stay with her as well. It was me, her, and her friend, whom I'll call Ash. We only resided in that home for approximately 6 months, as the owners had not disclosed its haunting history to her. Now, since I was only a year old back then, all those memories there are a blur, but my mom and grandmother talk to me sometimes about that old home. My grandmother claims that one time when she was visiting, she was upstairs with me and my mom, and I was sitting on the bed, watching TV. There was a small table in my mother's room, so they both sat there to converse and enjoy a cup of coffee. My grandmother told me that when she was getting ready to go back home, the blinds started slamming. She figured a window was open, but they weren't able to open it. The blinds would sway back and forth until they removed me from the room and took me for a drive to help me calm down. Another incident my mom often recounts occurred when she, Ash, and I returned from exploring abandoned buildings, which my mom and Ash enjoyed doing between 2006 and 2008, but that's another story for another day, while I was still in my car seat. We had gotten some food along the way home, so Ash set me down on the couch while they got dinner ready for everyone. I was asleep when my mom said she saw the car seat floating from the couch with me in it. When she called Ash, I was thrown from one couch to the other. I was fine, no cuts or bruises or anything had happened to me. I had just woken up and started crying. Before my mom moved out, she called a well-known psychic who had her own TV show at the time. She arranged for her crew to come to our home to investigate while we stayed at my grandparents' house. My mom says that the woman said that the house used to be an orphanage in the 1800s, and several nuns would watch over the children. The children in the orphanage ranged in age from newborns to 8 years old, and the majority of them suffered beatings. The orphanage was shut down several years later due to ongoing issues, and it eventually burned down. The house was rebuilt, I believe, between the 1970s and 1990s, and it is said that children and nuns haunt the home now. My mom and her friend used to tell me I would laugh at something unseen in the house. I was alone, with no toys or pets, and the TV was off, so I just laughed and babbled to whatever, but I don't know how believable that is. I still doubt that I ever did that. The house is still up to this day, but it's around a 40-minute drive away from me. I believe it's abandoned now because of how run down it looks now and the broken windows, from the last time I saw it. Sometime in the future, I don't know when, but I would love to revisit that home if it is still there and no one lives there. This was probably the scariest ghost encounter I've ever experienced. So I've had a couple ghost encounters that really messed me up, but this one in particular was the worst. So my mom was dating a guy who I wouldn't call a redneck but who was not like a normal country guy. He also had a son who I still stay in close contact with to this day. Basically almost every Sunday we would go out to my stepdad's mom's house. She lived in the middle of the woods but not too secluded, like there were other houses in the area. But directly across the dirt road there was an abandoned house that very much looked like what you would expect an abandoned house to look like. My stepbrother and I would occasionally explore the abandoned house for fun, discovering some strange items inside. Like a random chair in the middle of a room and a cooler full of dead roses. But one day we were headed in there like usual, but once I took one step in, I wanted to puke. My brother continued to walk inside while telling me that it was fine and encouraging me to join him. But I was not going in there. A couple minutes of talking go by, and all of a sudden my bro's face turns pale as hell, and he drops his water bottle and runs out without saying a word. I follow him, asking him to slow down, and he says that we're never going in there again. When I asked why, he said that he heard a voice whisper in his ear to tell him to run. We didn't inform our parents until about 2 years later. At the time we were 12. I may have seen a ghost at a cemetery. A few weeks ago, my family and I embarked on a road trip to explore abandoned ghost towns in eastern Oregon, an experience that was somewhat disappointing. One place that we went to was this really old cemetery that's still in use. There was nobody there except for me and 2 people in my family. When I was walking, at one point, out of the corner of my eye, I saw this apparition of this man for a split second, and when I turned to where I saw it, there was nothing there. I thought that what I saw was clear as day, and I'm still kind of creeped out about it. I honestly don't know what I saw. The people who I was with were far away from that area where I saw this supposed apparition. Did I actually see a ghost? Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? When it comes to the paranormal, I'm actually really skeptical about this stuff, but any thoughts about this? A ghost? A superhuman? Something passed us that day. Back when I was in 8th grade, I was waiting outside the principal's office with 2 of my classmates for a personal meeting. Her office was located in the last building on campus, which was connected to an old, mostly abandoned structure that wasn't used for classes anymore. I remember hearing her shouting at someone inside, which made me a bit nervous. Then, something happened that I still can't explain to this day. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a reddish-orange light flash past me. It moved incredibly fast, almost like the speed of light, and zipped down the corridor outside the office where we were standing. It took me a moment to process what I'd just seen. At first, I thought I'd imagined it, but when I turned to look at one of my classmates, I saw the same shocked expression on her face. After a brief pause, I asked her, "Did you see something pass by?" She replied, "Yes." "What was that?" "It was really fast." I asked if it looked like an orange-reddish light, but she said she saw a white or yellow flash, I can't remember exactly which. Shortly after that, we were called into the office. So, what was it? A ghost? A superhuman? Something divine? If I had been the only one to witness it, I might have dismissed it as my imagination, but someone else saw it too. I still wonder what exactly happened that day. The hospital. I was on my way to the abandoned hospital. I had assumed everyone was there. It was sunny, there was no school, and it was just part of the holiday routine. As I walked onto the grounds, I saw one of the guys up ahead walking around to the basement. That's how we got in, rounding the back through a tiny window placed in the ceiling into the dark, damp basement filled with old equipment. Every time, it creeped me out. The whole place did, really, but that's a part of its charm. We had even camped out in one of the rooms. Sleeping bags, teenagers, and a crazy hospital room door with only a viewing window, which we definitely got a few scares from thinking we saw people walking past. I was in the basement now, making my way to the stairs to head up to the 3rd floor. I wasn't too focused, I could still hear one of the guys up ahead. We had a room we had decked out with some of the abandoned furniture. It was like our base, no one else knew about it. I had just arrived at the 3rd floor, and the guys were up ahead, taking it all in. I glanced at my phone, and I had forgotten I had sent a message to the guys. I got a message saying they were at the skate park. I froze, I didn't understand. Who had I been following all this time? It felt like 100 eyes were suddenly on me. I felt aware of every inch of my skin and of every sound, and suddenly I realized I couldn't see or hear who I had been following. They were gone. I was so far into this creepy hospital, 3 floors up alone, and the only way out was back through the basement. The fear I felt in that moment was like knives, so many knives stabbing into my brain. I don't remember leaving, I don't remember anything after that. But the thing that stays with me is the sudden awareness that I had followed someone so far into the grounds for them to only disappear when I was deepest in. Maybe I imagined it, maybe not. But the feeling of being in there alone so suddenly was terrifying. Why am I unable to stop thinking about a mountain that everyone stared at inexplicably? This is going to sound very weird, but it has bothered me for over 3 decades. When I was growing up in rural upstate NY, our house sat in a very picturesque valley surrounded by beautiful mountains. Having now traveled much of the United States, I can confidently say it is one of the most beautiful landscapes I have ever seen. That being said, the area was extremely remote and sparsely populated. For some reason, my attention was always inexplicably drawn to one mountain in particular. I would find myself staring at it unconsciously with no explanation as to why. I thought I was just being crazy until I noticed that visitors to our house also inexplicably stared at this random mountain, which is one of many in the area. People would stop, get out of their car, and stare at it for a few minutes before leaving. Same with kids getting off the school bus. As far as I can tell, there is nothing unique about the mountain. It just felt like a kind of unnatural force drawing attention to it. Ultimately, I spent my childhood hiking and exploring this one mountain and found a lot of fascinating things: arrowheads, an old stone wall, abandoned cabins from a bygone era, etc. Not much is available on the internet that I've been able to find that could enlighten me about the history of the place. As I said, it's quite rural, but a huge Mohawk village once existed in the vicinity, hence the arrowheads everywhere. I recently caught up with some friends from that time, and they also remember being drawn to the mountain. I have no idea what the phenomenon could possibly be. The number of people drawn to this one mountain over the years is too large to be a coincidence, and I have been puzzled since childhood about why so many individuals were captivated by it. My scariest experience at the abandoned hotel. I live in the most boring place on earth, not an exaggeration. The only activities are for families or the elderly. I'm 18 now, but when this story took place I was either 12 or 13. There is an abandoned hotel in my town that is now boarded up and guarded due to people like me and my friends exploring it over and over again. One day, a group of us went out together. I can't remember exactly who was there, but to the best of my knowledge it was me and my friends, Patrick, Josh, Max, Kane, and Kai. To enter the abandoned hotel, you have to do a tricky bit of climbing and then hoist yourself through a window. Once you get through that window, you can either go left or right. To the right was a corridor with floorboards missing that ended in 2 rooms not visible from where we were. We are just ducking around and doing general teenager stuff when we hear noise coming from one of the rooms at the end of the corridor. We heard these all the time but always treated it like it was a murder or something, probably because our lives were so full and it would get the blood pumping to imagine we were in a life or death situation. So Kane grabs a loose wooden plank and leads the way towards the left door, where we heard the noise. I think I was 3rd or 4th in the line, but I can't remember exactly. This was 5+ years ago. We are all trying to be as quiet as possible. It probably took us 45 seconds to walk the 15 feet down to the corridor. When we got to the end, we all stopped. We didn't really know what to do. I was expecting Kane to enter the room and proclaim it was empty as usual. For some reason he just stood there, completely still. As we quietly murmur about what to do, Kane lets out an audible hello. The second his sentence ended, a deafening wooden crash could be heard from the room. We immediately turned back and sprinted out of there, screaming bloody murder. But we didn't hear any footsteps chasing us or any reaction to our flurry of noise whilst we were still inside. We got out of there and could hear noises. I can't say exactly what they were. A lot of quiet footsteps, creaking, and that sort of thing. This might not seem that scary, but this is the reason we were all terrified. We had encountered older kids trying to scare us off for shits and giggles many times, but it was always so noticeable, and many people could be heard. With this visit, however, it was just silence inside that room. No movement. No speech. Nothing. Most likely it was a homeless person trying to get us to duck off out of his resting place, but I can't be sure. The lack of signs of human life shook me to my very core. Now, I'm not a believer in the supernatural, but that wasn't the last time I had an unexplained experience at that hotel. Hopefully, it was a homeless person looking for some peace and quiet, but I'll always regret not looking in that room. My friend heard me inside a house I wasn't in. A few days ago, I and my best friend broke into his cousin's old house. Nobody has lived there for months, to get the stuff we still wanted out. We grabbed everything in one day and ducked around in there a bit. For the past 2 days we've been hanging out there a bit and going in to search for more stuff. Today, my friend asked me if I wanted to have a fire in the fireplace for fun and maybe bring some food to cook with us. Keep in mind we're still in high school. My friend went back to his house, we live super close, to grab my charger, as I left it there, while I went to my house and grabbed the lighter and some lighter fluid to start a small fire in their fireplace at the abandoned house. We were supposed to meet there. I go up there to meet him, and before I get there, he runs up behind me and says to me, "Oh duck, there you are. You scared the shit out of me." I'm about 150 feet from the house we wanted to go to. I asked him, "What the duck are you talking about, man?" He told me, "Wait, you're ducking with me, right? Wait, what happened?" I said, "He keeps asking me if I was messing with him and then told me." I went up to the side door and saw it was open, so I assumed you were waiting for me inside, so I poked my head in and yelled, Ricky. My name, Duckett, bro, and I thought you said back, Cole, but it was in a really deep voice, like one of the ones you make sometimes, so you sounded like an older, grown man. So I tried to convince him for about 5 minutes that it wasn't me, and I then told him I wanted to check it out. He's terrified, of course, but he's really good at hiding it. He told me he didn't want to go back then because what if they have a gun, bro? How TF did he know my name? He was actually right about this. We agreed on checking it out tomorrow morning and bringing some handy weapons with us. He assured me it was not an echo, not his imagination, not an apparition, or anything. There was a pause, and then an extremely clear reply, saying his name. I really don't know what to think, and I have never seen anyone but us even go near that house. We had been inside the house only 2 hours earlier. I don't know what the F that was, talking to him, a person, a spirit, or some skinwalker shit. If anyone has advice or knows what or who was talking to him, please let me know. My friends and I, all aged 15 to 17, were riding around when we decided to visit an old abandoned school where 2 students had ended themselves and many drug addicts had died. The building had a basement and 2 upper stories, and we were joking around, walking, talking, and laughing when we suddenly heard footsteps behind us. We didn't think anything of it. Since the building is old, we continue walking until we reach room 89 upstairs, where we hear a door slam shut. We keep walking, noticing that none of the doors are open, and then head to the basement. The stairs creak under our weight, and once we reach the bottom and start exploring the basement, we hear a girl laugh, more creaking steps, and then doors slamming. One of my friends, Seth, looks at me and goes, "We need to leave, and we need to leave now." So we all look at her and ask why. She goes, "We just need to leave." So we all take off running to the car, and we get in the car and start to leave. I ask Seth what was going on. She goes, "There was a girl standing in the corner shaking her head no, and I'm 19 now, and it still gives me chills to this day." While hanging out at an abandoned school, I and my friends stumbled upon something. Back when I was in my early to mid-teens, around 2007 to 2008, I and a bunch of friends would regularly hang out at an old abandoned school. A very small school with only 8 classrooms, a teacher's room, a cafeteria, 2 bathrooms, and 1 room we had no idea what was in since it was always locked, but I'll get back to that later. This school was unable to keep up with the modernization of our town in the 1980s and the influx of newcomers, leading to its closure in favor of new schools and buildings by the end of that decade. Most of the place was boarded up completely, but you could enter through a window in one of the classrooms, where the board had been ripped down. Our routine was always the same. Whoever of us got off school first would go down to the building and go through the different rooms to ensure everything was empty and safe, as these buildings had earlier been known as the local spot for drug addicts, and used needles and such were a common sight for us by this point. One day, a friend and I were the first to get out of school, and as usual, we walked down to the building. Upon entering and stepping from the classroom into the hallway, we immediately saw a large man. I remember him as quite huge, but that might be how he appeared to us as kids, which caused my friend to let out a huge scream. The man doesn't appear shocked or scared and doesn't seem to react to us, but he turns to look at us and then asks, "Have you guys seen, insert my friend's name here?" We tell the guy that we haven't seen anyone and only just got there, to which he sighs and shrugs and then pushes past us to leave the same way we just entered. Now our friend has an unusual name, so the chances that this guy was just looking for another random guy who just happened to have the same name were pretty low, but none of us had ever seen this person before, and I happen to know most of said friend's family as well. When we described what the person looked like to our friend, he didn't seem to know who this person could have been either, and for the next few months we were too scared to go back. When we did return about 3 to 4 months later, it was the middle of summer vacation, and we thought it would be fun to climb on the roof of the building and sunbathe. We found the roof weak and close to caving in, but we risked all and ventured out on it after seeing a hole that we figured was directly above the room we had never been in. One of my friends suggested lowering her arm into the hole in the roof, which was about the size of a football, and filming the room with her phone so we could see it. She puts her arm down, and as she is filming, she suddenly lets out a blood-curdling scream and immediately retracts her arm, but her phone is no longer to be seen. She was certain that something had knocked it from her hand, and as we looked down through the hole, we could see her phone lying on the floor. We climbed down from the roof and entered the building, now intent on doing whatever it would take to get in the room so our friend wouldn't have to return home without a phone and have to explain what happened. About 30 minutes later, we finally managed to make a hole in the door and put our hands inside, and when we try to use the door handle on the inside, the door now opens without any trouble. We step inside, and we all stare in silence. To this day I have no idea what this room was doing in a school building, and I sincerely hope it has never been used for what it looked like it was intended for. The room is about 4 by 4 meters, and the floor and walls are all of solid concrete. In the left corner of the room from where we entered were 2 metal bowls sitting on the floor, and at the back of the room were 5 chains dangling from the wall, 4 with equal-sized cuffs and 1 large that looked like it would fit around a neck. Needless to say, we swiftly picked up my friend's phone and immediately left the place. However, the room had us both scared but also slightly intrigued, so after some talk back and forth that same night, we decided to go back to look at it again the following day. When we returned the next day, we found the door to be locked once again, and someone had covered the hole we made in the door with a large wooden board nailed on the door. Once again we immediately left, and after that visit we never returned. I have no idea what we stumbled upon that day, but I am certain my days hanging out at this place are what sparked my interest in abandoned places. Today I am an experienced member of the urbex community and have had much more sinister experiences with places like this that I might share with y'all some other time. Since taking up urbex, it has been a dream of mine to go back to that school and check if that room was still there, but unfortunately the place no longer exists, and the area is now home to a thrift store. Yes. I explored an abandoned factory near my partner's house. It was me, my partner, and my stepdad. We were picking up my partner from their house when passing by the building. My partner and I mentioned wanting to explore it, and my stepdad, who is like us and acts on impulse, parked near the building, and we found a way in. The first weird thing we noticed is how cold the building was. It was the middle of summer, and as soon as we went through the first doorway, it felt like it was winter. Keep in mind, most of the walls were broken down, so it's not like it was just a cold, damp place. No, it was completely open. We just went through the doorway because there was debris blocking the broken walls. While my partner and stepdad were peeking through another doorway that led further into the building, I was looking through random files and cabinets there. Everything looked like it was just dropped. I found worker IDs, important files, order files, and other things in there. My stepdad pointed out that a lot of the orders in the back were packed and ready to be shipped, but many dated from the late 1990s, early 2000s, so this place wasn't closed for too long when we went in. It was about 2018, yet it looked as if it had been abandoned for over 2 decades at that point. But then again, I'd count building deterioration works. As we were talking about how weird the place was, I got this really weird feeling, that danger, fight or flight kind of feeling. I don't know how else to explain it, but anyway, I told them about it, and we agreed to leave. Once back in the car and driving away, my partner and I noticed something in the doorway we just left. It looked human but not quite. The best I can explain is something out of the uncanny valley. Just human enough to pass, but something is clearly off about it. We've never gone back to it, and my partner currently lives somewhere else, but I always get that weird feeling when driving past the building. I think I saw ghosts in the haunted forest. To break the ice, I'll admit I'm drinking right now. I need you to believe me when I tell you about what happened in the haunted forest. I need to get this off my chest before it's too late. We didn't mean to go to a haunted forest. We just wanted to smoke weed in the woods. My friends Connor and Claudia were big potheads at university, as was I. We smoked every day. Nothing strange ever happened when we smoked, and we could all handle it. I want you to understand that. Connor was the only one who drove. He looked up forests nearby. This one showed up on the map, and he said, "It's only a 30-minute drive away. We can spark one as the sun sets." We were sold. We'd done this hundreds of times before, drive somewhere, smoke, chill, and drive home. We got in the car after classes and headed there around 6 p.m. This was a couple of years ago, early winter in November. The drive was normal, just talking like usual. Claudia talked about her rivalry in class with her ex-friend group. Connor complained about his ex's Instagram story. I talked about what girl on Tinder I was trying to invite over. Nothing felt wrong. We parked in a gravel car park. Ahead were trees, a path, and eventually a big metal bridge that led further into the forest. None of us had been there before, so we just followed the path. I was itching to smoke, and we walked up to the bridge. The bridge was off. I can't put it into words. It was red-gray, overlooking part of the town, the water, and then the forest ahead. It filled my head with darkness, like something trying to take over my mind. I even had intrusive thoughts about pushing someone off the bridge or jumping myself. I'd never felt energy like that. It wasn't a warning to leave, it was inviting. It made me want to go into the forest. We wandered on the path. The sun set in what felt like seconds. Connor said, "How did we miss the sunset?" Claudia replied, "Guys, I'll be honest, this place is kind of eerie. We could get lost. After we smoke, we should head back." I tried to sound cool. Yeah, we can go for a drive zooted after we smoke. I'll play my music this time. Then we got lost. The paths seemed to lead nowhere. It was pitch black, so we used our phone flashlights. Then we heard screaming. Faint screams, all around us. Connor's composure broke. Do you hear that sound, or am I going crazy? Claudia and I spoke over each other. I heard that too. I can still hear it. Do you think it's animals? Connor replied, probably, like deer or pigs or farm animals. There's got to be other people in these woods too, probably messing about. The strangest thing was that gut feeling, we were being watched. The forest looked normal, but the darkness, something in it was wrong. Not the shadows or noises, but the energy. Sinister. I know they felt it too. After wandering for what felt like hours, Connor said, duck it, we still got the weed. If we can't find our way out sober, we'll find it high. Claudia and I laughed, and I added, let's just find a decent spot so we can start walking back in the right direction. We found a clearing. It felt safe, almost separate from the forest. Stars shone through the trees. We passed around the joint. Everything seemed normal until I noticed a smell, rotten fruit, sulfur, rusty iron. It was distant at first but growing stronger. I realized later it came from them. Then Claudia said, guys, I've lost my lighter. Help me find it. She started patting the ground in the darkness. I shined my flashlight and saw it, a figure in a cloak, 8 to 9 feet away. Long white hair and beard, pale skin, and a brown and red cloak that looked centuries old. I shouted, look. And my friend saw it too. Then I noticed dozens more, surrounding us silently. Children, teens, and adults, all cloaked, standing still, watching. There must have been 50 or 60 of them, surrounding us like vultures but standing like statues. The first one stepped closer, 6 to 7 feet away. His voice, calm and polite, with a thick Brummy accent, don't be afraid. Connor bolted. I followed. The faint screams became deafening as we ran past them. Some had masks, and some hands were scarred and pale, reaching toward us. We ran as fast as we could, finally reaching the bridge. Then I realized Claudia wasn't with us. Connor whispered, we can't go back. We saw the car. In the trees, 20 or so were watching, pacing slowly. One raised a hand and waved goodbye, missing fingers. We called the police. They didn't believe a word. They could smell the weed and even drug tested us. Claudia was never found. 2 years later, she's still missing. Connor and I lost touch. I've tried to move on, but I can't. Even back home, sometimes I swear I see them hiding in the trees. I rarely leave my room. I can't smoke weed anymore. I can't sleep without nightmares. I just want someone to believe me. Never sneaking out again. This has been an ongoing issue. My friend and I are both 14 years old. A while back we found this abandoned place and decided to plan on sneaking in. The first time we went to look at it was back in May, at around 11:15 p.m. We saw a gray SUV parked in front of it with a pissed-off looking man in the front seat. Now, I was a bit of an idiot and didn't record even though I had my camera on me. The dude must have been at least 23, blonde, and wearing glasses. He just stared angrily at my friend. We didn't really acknowledge it. That's when we heard one of the worst things imaginable. We heard screaming coming from the back of a religious temple. Human screaming. It sounded like a girl was being stabbed and screaming in agony. I was also an idiot then and did not record it. Later that night, we were very thankful that nothing had happened to us, and we passed by the abandoned place again on our way back to my house. The SUV was gone. We just assumed the dude was doing drugs or on a late-night drive to clear his head after a bad breakup. Then, I snuck out another time on my own to record the temple. I didn't see anything abnormal, though. Until today, when I looked back over the footage. A red car that looked to be a Dodge Challenger was in the recording. It wasn't there when I recorded it. It was just weird. But today was the worst of it all. My friend and I went to the abandoned building in the early afternoon and noticed that one of the front windows was broken. We decided to get close and check it out, when I saw someone inside the building. We bolted away so fast to the nearest store and hid inside. For whatever stupid reason, we went back to it, where we heard someone banging on something in there with a metal pipe. So we left. I recorded the inside later when there was only one car in the parking lot, but nothing was off. And then we made what could have been the worst decision of our lives. We snuck out and went to it tonight, planning on getting in there, masks and everything. But we saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a flashlight on in there. I began to record it when my friend pointed it out. As quickly as I started recording it, the light went out. So we hightailed out of there. We went to a nearby corner store and got some iced tea, just to get a break. And we passed in front of the other side of the building, where the completely shattered window was. He noticed something absolutely terrifying. A white car speeding out of there. I knew they saw us. I don't know what was happening in there, but it was definitely not an urbexer. That person must have been up to something illegal with how quickly they were driving. Whatever it was, I'm just glad we escaped with our lives. This was 1.5 hours ago, and as of writing this, it's 11:29 p.m. I don't think I'll be able to sleep well tonight. My old house. When I was 3 years old, my mom, her roommate, and I lived in a house for a few years. Until recently, I couldn't remember anything apart from a few mild events. One night last week I was sitting on the porch, speaking with my mom as she smoked. She asked, "Do you remember anything about that house?" I replied negatively. She asked if I wanted to hear about the house, and I accepted. She began by explaining that the house was actually the first church in my small town. And then it went defunct. It sat abandoned for years until it was divided and sold as a duplex. While it sat abandoned, it was reported that cultish activities took place there. Cliché, I know. Fast forward to when we moved in there. My room was one of two that had a closet, and I mostly refused to sleep in there when I did. I would scream and cry that there was a man in my closet. I can recall one specific instance. I remember my door cracked, a slim amount of light seeping into my room, and repetitive banging from my mom standing outside my room hitting her head off the wall. I remember flailing my legs and arms, screaming, and crying. And the man. He looked starved, gaunt, and almost like he had succumbed to hypothermia. He was crouched in such a way in my open closet that it looked like he had to break his bones and dislocate them to be in such a position. Another time, our roommate, let's call her Amber for the sake of anonymity, was lying in her bed, lights off, and nearly asleep watching TV. A tall shadow person walked out of her closet and looked at the VCR, almost dumbfounded at what it was looking at. She shot up, gasping for air, almost like sleep paralysis, and that thing turned to look at her, walking around to the side of the bed. When she flipped on the light, it was gone, vanished. After she moved out, my mother made that room into her computer room. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was still off. After receiving holy oil from my great-grandmother, she moved to where the most unease was felt. The closet. This closet was different in the fact that it used to lead to the attic. Of course, it had been sealed up when it was divided. But my mom went into that room anyways. While she drew crosses on the walls with the oil and chanted prayers, she noticed something. Someone had already tried the same thing before we moved in. She still kept at it until she felt safer. Another time, it was a foggy night. She was out on the porch, smoking. She saw a man with a crook standing amidst a herd of goats. In disbelief at what she was seeing, she rubbed her eyes and gently smacked her cheeks. When she looked up, nothing was there. Absolutely nothing. She just told herself she was seeing things due to how late it was. She later found out that a goat farm used to stand on the land she saw the apparition on. After all these incidents, Amber and her mother would bless the house. After the blessing, I hugged her and said, "Thank you, and Amber. You made the monsters go away." Needless to say, we ended up moving out of that old house. Thank you for listening to my story. And remember to always check the history of the new house you're moving into. An abandoned church. I had a friend take me to some decaying church, and I went exploring. As I ventured deeper into the church, I began to feel increasingly uneasy, to the point where my stomach started hurting. I grabbed my spirit box, and it had some random noises, which I expected. It got weird when the same words were being repeated 3 times. I stayed for a bit longer, and then there was another word that began to be repeated, but much louder and much more clearly. Pendejo, pendejo, pendejo. I just laughed because I didn't expect it. I was in the whitest town in my county, but the friend told me that apparently it was a Spanish-speaking church that was abandoned. It became a little more clear. The box mostly contained insults of a similar nature. Just calling us names. Things got weird after it went quiet, and then it randomly said drive and then yelled out danger. Lucifer. And went quiet. I left after that point. It's still funny thinking about the insults, though. This happened to me when I was 5. I'll start this by saying I'm actually quite skeptical about paranormal activity, but yeah, this happened to me when I was 5 years old, now 39. My mom told me what happened when I was 18, said she didn't want to tell me when I was younger in case it traumatized me. My dad told me the exact same story when I was 21. My parents split up when I was 10. They didn't keep in touch, and even if they had, they wouldn't have conspired to terrify me, so I don't know, perhaps there is something in it. I kind of remember certain things as if they were a dream. I don't remember all of it. As I mentioned, I was 5, and we had just relocated to a small town in the UK. In the town was an abandoned airfield, and our house was located at the edge of this. On the other side was marshland for miles. It was a pretty isolated location. The house was one of 4 or 5 that were converted from a large barn. Being a small town, my mom would meet people, and they would instantly know that she wasn't from there. They'd start asking questions, which inevitably led to her explaining that she had just moved to the area. Once they found out exactly where, they would get a bit twitchy. My mom eventually asked someone if they were okay, and they explained that the house is cursed, that outcasts from the town used to go there to practice dark magic back in the olden days. I know, it's silly. Bear with me. Lo and behold, strange things began to happen. We had 2 cats, and one time they both climbed a wall in the house before turning and looking at me. I had an imaginary friend, a little boy. A few other strange things happened, but I'll skip to the good bits. I remember this part. To give you an idea of the layout, the house had a central front door leading to a downstairs lobby and a staircase in the middle. Upstairs were balconies on either side of the staircase leading to bedrooms. I was first on the right. I had a cabin bed in my room with wardrobes underneath. Most nights I would have recurring dreams about wolves chasing me through a forest. The dream would end at the same point every night. One night, it carried on past the usual ending point. I got out of the woods and turned, then woke up with a jolt just as the wolves were about to pounce. Immediately after I woke up, a hand slammed itself against the edge of the bed frame. Scared, I hit it hard and felt like I made contact. A dark figure ran out of the room, through the closed door, letting off a high-pitched scream. The next thing that happened was the worst. My mom put me to bed one night and went back downstairs. My dad was at work. A short while later, she heard screaming from my bedroom. She said it was like blood-curdling, fearing for life, screaming. She ran upstairs. Our black dog, can't remember what breed, kind of greyhoundy in its size and build, was sitting outside the door, as if guarding. She opened the door, and the screaming immediately stopped. Silence, except for one thing. In the middle of my room, all of my toys were stacked one on top of the other, way higher than I could have reached. At the top was a teddy bear that played a tune when you pressed on its stomach, and yep, the tune was playing. She looked in my bed, and I wasn't there. She searched the house top to bottom, panicking, but couldn't find me. She eventually went to the next door neighbors to ask for their help, and a search of the area took place. Eventually, I was found fast asleep in a bed at the next door neighbor's house, which is located directly opposite my own bed. I was fast asleep. We moved out the next day. We then rented the house to a family that owned the local Italian restaurant. One evening, it didn't take long, there was a knock at the door, and the man threw the keys into our house and said he won't step foot in there ever again. No other explanation. It turns out that the house was well known in the area, and in order for us to sell it, we had to have the house blessed. Before selling, my parents arranged for someone to come and visit the house who could tell us more about it. They said there were 2 spirits, a young boy and a very dark spirit. The boy had been hiding from the dark spirit. I'm not sure what happened to the house after that, as we moved out of the area a couple of years later. I did happen to be working nearby a few years ago and decided to drive to the house. I parked up at the end of the lane, looked at the house, and I swear I've never put my foot down so fast in my life. The feeling I got was awful. I don't know what's going on in my town. So here lately, my county has had some really bad accidents, bad vehicle fires, murders, bad structure fires, etc. We have an abandoned mental hospital and the new version of it under the same name just a few miles away. I've seen 2 very dark, very large shadowed figures in the area between them, and a friend of mine saw one by the Walmart, and all of these areas have had really bad accidents in the areas between. One of those accidents killed a girl. I also found a perfectly preserved, intact deer head in the middle of the road that's heavily populated with buzzards and scavengers. I'm not sure what's going on, what it means, or anything like that. It doesn't feel good at all. In my opinion, I feel like whatever these figures are has something to do with a lot of it. Not sure if they're here because of the bad things that have been happening, or if they're causing them. I've personally seen so much in the last 2 weeks that it's making me nervous. Creepy real estate. My mom is a real estate agent, and when I was younger, I used to tag along with her to some of her listings. These days, I stay at home most of the time. I'm 17 and not in regular school due to cystic fibrosis health issues, so I'm completing my semesters online. Anyways, I was walking my dog earlier this afternoon, decided to explore a different street than usual, and discovered the neighborhood abandoned house. As I carried my small dog away from the front lawn of that eerie abandoned house, it reminded me of a similarly unsettling house that my mother and I had to list many years ago. There was this old Victorian house near the ghetto of town that Mom and I refused to go into. It was a pretty hot Colorado day, and we arrived at this place that had obviously been vacant for quite some time. The lawn was practically a jungle, and the front concrete porch was nearly split in two. As a result, we had to go into the house through the back door because the front porch was so buckled that the front door wouldn't open. So we did. The backyard was just as overgrown as the front yard. Mom and I both paused upon entering the back gate. We had that feeling like someone was watching us. Mom is pretty superstitious, and back then I was the same way. I have more stories about childhood ghosts and stuff, but we had a job to do, so we persisted to the back porch of the house, which was pretty dilapidated as well, and used the lockbox key to open up the rickety old door. We were greeted with a cold gust. The house had no electricity, and it was 85 degrees outside, so no AC, and just a few paces to the right and forward was what I can only describe as a crypt. It was simply a large hole where a banister railing should have been, leading down a concrete staircase into darkness. At this point Mom refused to go in, and I didn't have the guts to go in there either. Mind you, I was a 10-year-old little girl. My mom took pictures from the doorway. We were standing in the doorway of the sunroom. Ahead of us was an archway leading into the main room of the house, which had vaulted ceilings. We could also see the kitchen, as there was a fairly large bar opening from the sunroom into it, which had old appliances dating back to the early 1980s. We only spent a few moments staring into the musty place, as we were thoroughly convinced some evil creature would climb from the depths of that cryptic basement staircase. We shut and locked the door and went out to the front porch again, where Mom snapped a couple pictures of the house from the window. In the window, we could see the rest of the house. The living room, as I mentioned before, had a vaulted ceiling. There was an old white ceiling fan hanging down that was missing a blade. The staircase led to an open hallway in which all the old wooden doors, some of which had holes in them and lots of scratch and scuff marks, were closed shut. We also had a view of the kitchen archway, which had a tiled floor that was missing tiles. Cobwebs were also visible all around the house, especially along the walls of the vaulted living room. The watchful presence stuck with us until we drove away. Mom and I still sometimes talk about this house, which we nicknamed the Demon House. However, I'm much more skeptical these days, and had I accompanied Mom to the place today, I may have gone in to have a look around out of curiosity. I'm a pretty fearless and adventurous gal now that I've grown up to be quite strong and powerful compared to the frail little thing I was barely 5 years ago. While I still do believe that spirits and demons wander around our realm, I think there was perhaps a squatter in that house that we listed. I don't know if the house ever sold or what really happened to it, but it was pretty close to downtown, so I wouldn't have been very surprised if there was some homeless dude living in the house, but its cleanliness is something to be noted. Squatters often leave lots of trash around. The house was spotless except for the cobwebs, dust, and overgrown lawns. However, the basement staircase is still forever branded in my memories as one of the creepiest, most unexpected things I've come across in all my years of exploring the city's houses and the country's barns and sheds. So, if you come across a sketchy house with a creepy crypt, go inside at your own risk. Working at an abandoned warehouse. I was sent to work here as a security guard. When I first arrived at the post, I already knew I wasn't going to like it because it was an abandoned building, a really big warehouse, and it was just going to be me and another guard. But I was like, it's whatever. How bad could it be, right? My boss gave me a quick rundown of the building and what I was going to patrol. There were 5 floors, a basement, the rooftop, and an outside area. The first floor was the biggest of all the floors. It was split into 2 parts, and it was pitch black in certain areas, especially during the night. Then there was the basement. I believe I only explored it once because I lacked the courage to venture down there. Then the outside area was big. In the corner, there are rail tracks, so from my understanding, a train used to run there. When you follow the rail tracks, you come to a dead end because they have been destroyed, but you still see other parts of the train tracks in certain areas around the city, if that makes sense. Then there is the second floor, which, like the first floor, is split into 2 parts, but the second floor is way smaller compared to the first floor. Literally, when you enter the second floor, it looks like an abandoned hospital, and when you get to the other part, it looks completely different. Then we have the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, which all look the same, and the rooftop. I hated the 5th floor. It was pitch black, and I swear I heard voices in there. I rarely went in there. One guard was responsible for patrolling the first floor, the basement, and the outside, while the other security guard patrolled the other floors and the roof. So, on my first night, I was told that I would be patrolling floors 2 to 5 and the rooftop. The second I stepped into the building, I felt watched. I felt like someone or something was just watching me, but I brushed it off. I also ended up feeling like someone was walking behind me. When I stopped to check if someone was there was no one. What I found most weird about this place was that it gave me a feeling of sadness. For whatever reason, I started crying during the shifts, feeling like I lost my parents even though I knew they were still here. I kept crying for hours during the job. I felt drained and depressed, as if I had lost someone. I ended up calling my sister, asking where my parents were and if they were okay, in hopes of getting rid of this feeling, but it didn't go away, as if something was trying to convince me that they were gone. Coincidentally, my sister told me that before I called her, she randomly started crying without any explanation. She later told me when I brought up what was going on. I only lasted about 3 to 4 days on the job. During my last shift, the most activity was going on. I heard loud footsteps that were undeniable, as if something or someone was up there. I felt watched, and I felt like I was being listened to. I also felt like it did not want me to leave, like it wanted me to stay. Also on my last day, a new guard was there, and we agreed on switching spots occasionally, so I would do the 2nd to 5th floors and the rooftop, and he would do the 1st floor, basement, and outside. Then we would switch, and he would do the upstairs floors while I did the downstairs, and so on. When I patrolled the 3rd floor, I went to the end of the hallway. When I looked to my right, there was a cross on the wall. It was permanently sketched into the wall. I had never noticed that. It felt so off, so I rushed out of the 3rd floor. Also, the guard mentioned something to me without me telling him how I felt about this place. He told me, "Hey, by any chance, when I was doing the upstairs patrols, were you up there?" I told him, "No, why?" He said, "I keep hearing footsteps and talking, but when I look around, there is no one." I told him, "It's probably outside noises," and we carried on. I would rather not tell him anything because I would rather not scare him. I did later tell him everything about how I felt and what I experienced. During our last hour, the other guard and I were chilling downstairs in our little break room, and there was a small room where I ended up just sitting. I kept hearing footsteps, so I closed the door, and this room was very quiet, so I recorded the footsteps. At one point, when I was recording, I was repeating the word again, and more walking could be heard, as if something was listening to me. Before I left, I and the other guard were saying our last goodbyes when suddenly the window right next to us started shaking violently. We just laughed it off because it was weird, and it was impossible to explain why that happened. We could clearly see the window, and let's say if someone threw a rock at the window or hit it, we would have noticed, but there was no explanation for why that happened. I ended up quitting, and this happened this year around late March. I still think about it. I still pass by the building from time to time and get weird vibes. I feel like if I had stayed there much longer, something would have followed me back home or something would have happened to me. I tried to do research about this building but found nothing. I feel like a little child, and an adult passed away there. The reason I feel this way is because I heard little footsteps, like a child running around. I also feel that an adult passed away there because I heard big footsteps, like adult footsteps. Sometimes, I can hear both big and small footsteps running around, as if someone was playing, a dad and son vibe. If that's the case, may they rest in peace. I will never truly know what happened there. Birthday boy. When I was young, my family was heavily Christian, making me spend my Sundays at service and Wednesdays at youth group. I am not religious now, but those years instilled an awareness of the paranormal in me. As I grew up, I became more independent and rebellious, leading me to seek forms of psychedelic spiritual enlightenment. It just so happened that I deemed that a priority over having a place to stay. As a young adult hooligan living in a small farm town in the middle of the Willamette Valley, there weren't many opportunities for kids my age. You either used drugs, worked in the wine industry, or joined one of the many local cults. It was about 10 p.m., and my friend and I were bumming smokes from patrons behind the local bar. There were about 5 people, my friend and I excluded. We were all a tad bit tipsy, sharing tales and shooting the crap, when a man walked out that I had never seen before. He was about 5.5 feet tall with odd proportions, donning a burly mustache that did not fit his face. He wore a cowboy hat 2 sizes too big, a leather jacket over a plain white tank top, leather pants, and boots to finish off his outfit. He kind of just stood there, trying to be a part of the group yet excluded through some metaphysical divide. After about 10 minutes of loitering, he started talking. He mentioned it was his birthday and referred to himself as the birthday boy. On and on he would only talk about how it was his birthday, that he needed a cigarette because it was his birthday, and that someone should buy him a drink for his birthday. I'm pretty sure it was his birthday. 30 minutes passed, and the patrons slowly started filtering out until it was just the birthday boy, my friend, and I. He asked us if we knew where any abandoned buildings were and if we could take him to one. I was already unnerved, but at this point my entire being was screaming at me to get away from him, like a switch had flipped and I could feel some sort of evil intention radiating from him. I gave some sort of vague direction to a non-existent building and told him goodbye. He asked me if I would take him there and celebrate his birthday with him and said that he had gifts for us. I told him no, as I needed to make it to a friend's house to go to sleep. He told me, and I quote, "I'll see you again, Noah," and gave a huge inhuman grin. He then proceeded to sprint backwards for about 30 feet, yes, backwards, spin around, and run in the direction I gave him. I looked at my friend, and we both started running in the opposite direction, cutting through side streets and jumping a couple of fences. We ended up going to my friend's house and making it inside. About 20 minutes pass, we are chilling inside and smoking, and I hear someone singing "Happy Birthday to You." I peek out the window, and it's the ducking birthday boy. I don't know how he found us, but he paced up and down the street for an hour or two until he gave up and sprinted away. I never saw the birthday boy again, but I'll never forget his parting sound. Click, clack, click, clack. The sound of cowboy boots furiously smacking the pavement. I don't know what the heck he was, but he was not human. To the birthday boy, let's not celebrate together, ever. My husband's story. My husband is a magnet for the paranormal. He has seen things for as long as he can remember and is still freaked out when they happen. Anyways, he had gone to an abandoned hospital with a friend. When they went in, it was broad daylight. Once they were inside the building, my husband kept track of any turns they made so they could make sure they went back the same way. As they were going through, he noticed bullet holes in walls and bloodstains that looked like people had been dragged down the hallways. They saw things running around in their peripheral vision and had chairs rolling across the floors right in front of them. They even heard things running around. He said it could have been animals, but they never saw a single animal, so who knows. After that, he said things started to feel weird, and then they noticed it had gotten dark outside. But it didn't make sense to him because it felt like they were only in there for maybe an hour. At that point, they were ready to leave, so he began following his notes to backtrack. However, when they reached what should have been the stairwell, they found only a solid wall. He said he knew they were in the right spot because the graffiti on the wall around it was the exact same as it was when he saw it when they first got in. It caused them to panic, and they started trying to get out of any door they could find and came across a door that had a sign on it saying, "Do not enter, dead inside." It ended up just being the morgue, and they had to go through it to find the way out. The only door he could force his way through was a door leading to the roof. Once they got outside, they had to go across the roof and down into a stairwell of another part of the hospital just to get out. He said it felt almost as if whatever was in there didn't want them to leave. This last part sounds a little crazy, but he swears by it. He said when they got back to the car, he noticed he had dropped something and went back to look around the window for it. When he got back to the window, there was a little girl standing just inside, and she threw what he was looking for on the ground in front of him as if she was telling him not to come back in. He grabbed it and ran so fast he ended up tripping and actually tore something in his knee and still has problems from it to this day. Choose to believe it or not, he goes white as a ghost and starts sweating every time he tells the story. I had asked him to take me to check it out, and he refused to ever step foot back in there again. They had tried tearing it down for years, but every crew that went in would leave and refuse to go back. It wasn't until around 2 years ago that they successfully tore it down. Now it sits in piles with the parking garage still standing. If you made it this far, thank you for listening. Odd Encounter plus Friends First Experience. My friend and I embarked on a late-night stroll through the haunted tunnels of an abandoned military fort. We were deep down one of the tunnels when I decided to take a picture down the hallway with my Polaroid camera. Before I snapped the image, I said, "If there are any spirits, I would like you to manifest yourself in front of my camera in 3, 2, 1. And then I took the picture, except nothing happened when I pressed the capture button except for a flashing red light. I turned the camera off and on again, repeated the same phrase, and tried. Same outcome. Looking up from my camera, I noticed my flashlight is focused on one of the many graffitied words on the wall. It was my first name written in red. I do not have a common name by any means, not my screen name. The story gets better. My friend, after witnessing all this, is already frightened but decided to try to take a picture with his camera, which also did not function, failing the same way mine had despite being different brands. Returning to the car, I take my camera out one more time and take a picture to see what happened. The camera functioned flawlessly. The Damn Head Flat, a true haunting in North Manchester. Tucked away in North Manchester stands a building most people wouldn't look at twice, an aging 1970s block of flats, ordinary from the outside, quietly unsettling on the inside. What many don't know is that this building has a history far older and stranger than it appears, and one apartment in particular has become infamous for the things that happen within its walls. The flat was originally built to house staff from the now demolished Booth Hall Children's Hospital. That hospital, once a Victorian structure, stood not far from the site. But even before hospitals or housing blocks existed here, this land was known as Dam Head Farm, a quiet dairy farm with cows, sheep, and a duck pond. The farm rested close to the shadowed edges of Boggart Hole Clough, a woodland park with a long-standing local legend, a green spirit said to haunt its trees and winding paths. When Luca moved into the flat at age 18, he had no idea what he was walking into. An artist and self-taught sculptor, Luca is a collector of all things unusual, especially antiques and relics with history. His collection includes items dating as far back as the Tudor era, with some believed to be from before the English Civil War. His flat has become a museum of sorts. Baroque-style furniture, taxidermy, fine ornaments, tapestries, religious iconography, and oil paintings line the walls. The living room, in particular, is his grandest space, and it's also the heart of the haunting. It started subtly. Things moved on their own. A painting might tilt, or a blind might fall for no reason. But then the activity escalated. Pint glasses would explode, sometimes right in Luca's hand, or fly from shelves with no visible force. The chandelier, large and ornate, would rock back and forth violently, even when the windows were shut and the air was still. The bathroom became a particular hotspot. The taps would turn on by themselves, flooding the sink with cold water. Lights flickered constantly, and at times, the entire electrical system in the flat would go haywire. But one of the most strange events was a full building flood, an event that damaged nearly every flat in the block. Except Luca's. His home remained completely dry, untouched by water, despite being in the path of the damage. Many found that difficult to explain. But for all the strange happenings, Luca rarely felt fear, until one specific night. The hallway outside his bedroom was always kept lit. Always. But that night, as he opened his door, the hallway was pitch black. No light at all. Just darkness, thick, unnatural darkness. He couldn't see to the end of the corridor. It felt, he said, as if someone was just standing there, watching me. There was no sound. No movement. Just the presence of something. Waiting. Luca has lived in the flat for 13 years. He's long since accepted the odd activity, he rarely even mentions it anymore. But he still doesn't like dark hallways, and he refuses to leave lights off in certain rooms. The atmosphere shifts when the shadows take over. Visitors to the flat often feel uneasy. Friends and family members have refused to stay overnight. Some report hearing footsteps pacing in the living room or bathroom at night, even when no one else is there. Others have felt cold spots or seen objects shift when no one's looking. And while Luca tries to ignore it, the home continues to draw attention from paranormal investigators, especially after CCTV footage began to show unexplained phenomena, flickering images, shadows that don't belong, and moments when the air itself seems to ripple. One detail many forget is that the building is only half inhabited. It's built into a hillside, and the lower levels were closed off in the early 1990s. Beneath Luca's flat are 5 bricked-up flats, long abandoned and completely sealed. No one lives there now. Groundwater has flooded the forgotten lower floor, and access has been cut off, even the stairwell was sealed shut. Today, most people wouldn't even know those flats ever existed. The windows have been covered with false facades to maintain the illusion that the building is full and functional. But it's not. Over time, the building has slowly emptied. Many tenants moved out, some were nurses, others were young people from the care system placed there temporarily. No one stayed long. Except Luca. He is the longest resident in the block. While others come and go, scared or disturbed, he remains, quietly coexisting with whatever presence shares his home. There is one more curious detail. Luca's collection includes religious items, some salvaged from old monasteries and Russian Orthodox churches. Icons, crucifixes, and statues of saints. Some believe these items may be triggering the activity or possibly protecting him from worse. It's impossible to know if the hauntings are tied to the land, the history of the building, or the powerful energy in the relics he's brought in. But the activity continues. To this day, lights still flicker. Footsteps still echo. Doors open to blackness. And the old, sealed flats below remain heavy with silence and groundwater, forgotten by the city, but not, it seems, by the dead. The time I went in an abandoned building. This was a few years ago. When I was younger, I was hanging around my friends. We liked to walk far away from our home/town. We one day decided maybe we should camp and go farther and farther each day until on the second day we reached an abandoned house that had 2 floors and an attic. We went in for a joke, but we were looking for expensive stuff. We didn't know we were always joking about finding gold and getting rich. We were stupid at the time, but when we all met up to go explore the second floor, we heard running upstairs. We all looked at each other to make sure none of us was missing. No, all 4 of us were close. We were scared to death. We decided to grab some weapons, such as a broken stick, a rusty pipe, or a rock. We checked in each room, slow and quiet, until we went by one day and we heard breathing and shuffling. We all got ready to swing. We opened the door till the breathing stopped. The door opened by itself, and there was nothing, just a tight closet. We couldn't even fit in it till we heard running downstairs. We all rushed downstairs to see who it was, nothing again. We decided it's probably a rat or something, but when we were leaving, it was dark at the time. We didn't see the attic till we all turned around and looked at a window. We saw a woman with ripped clothes and hair everywhere. She screamed so loud that it echoed through the trees. We all ran faster than anything. We didn't stop for anything. I assure you, we would have run through the trees if necessary until we were out of the forest. We camped somewhere else, we all made food and went to sleep. When we woke up, we all said to each other that we felt like something was watching us. One of us even said that they thought they heard something walking around the tents. We decided to walk home. We had to walk past the house. We were terrified, but we didn't even look at it. We all heard it knocking and banging. One of us looked back at the window, we saw the girl again, and we started running. We don't go outside as much, well, we don't go near that house anymore. The end. Yeah, I just saw that, too. About 5 years ago, a few buddies of mine wanted to check out this abandoned farmhouse in a Chicago suburb. The area had grown, and the big houses went up all around. It was around November, and it was really cold. I remember wanting to go to this farmhouse after hearing stories from friends about how creepy it was. 4 buddies, myself included, drive to this plot of land that is gated off and surrounded by shrubs and large trees and looks like it had been neglected for years. My friend parked his car in this rich-looking neighborhood down the street. The car is turned off, and as we prepare to exit, 2 of my friends decide to stay inside instead. I and the other buddy, Joe, bust their balls and get out and start walking. We get to the spot, and the locked gated fence clearly is marked "Do Not Enter" with some police stamp under it. There is a small opening to squeeze through, so we take it and begin our journey. Everything was pitch black, all we had were 2 mag lights. We slowly walked down this gravel and dirt road looking around. It was mainly tall grass and trees that surrounded the road, so it was very constricting. We started making some progress, saw some old farmer's equipment that was rusted out, and some other shit off to the side. We slowly made our way down this long path, which felt like a mile, and from stories I knew the house was at the bend of the road, and when we shined our lights, I saw where the bend was. This is where anxiety and fear set in. The entire time I was walking, I had an unsettling feeling, a you don't want to be here feeling. We make our way to the very end of the road, and we stop. My heart is beating out of my chest. We turn, and there it is, this old ass, dead house covered by trees, long dead grass, and bushes. All the windows were busted out, and the front door was boarded up with some gang writing on it and some satanic shit, too. We are dead in our tracks, looking around, shining our lights at this big open lot and house. I focused on a large tree next to the house and observed a human-like shadow gracefully float diagonally from the top of the tree down to the bushes below. Uncertain if my mind was manipulating me, I approached Joe and inquired, "Did you just?" Before I could even finish, he goes, "Yeah, I just saw that too," in a quivering voice. I am done at this point, petrified out of my ducking mind, but Joe insists on going inside of this house. We both take a few steps forward, and then a bush about 5 feet in front of us starts to shake as if there were something in it. As if someone took the stem of this thing and started to rattle the hell out of it as hard as they could. The moment was when we turned around and were in a dead sprint back to the car. I will never forget the sound of Joe screaming, "What the duck was that? What the duck was that?" The sound of true horror and fear. The entire sprint back, I was thinking of that small, ducking pathway that I had to squeeze myself into. I just thought of me getting caught and some killer/monster grabbing my leg. Thankfully that didn't happen, and we made it back to the car. We got in the car, and my 2 buddies looked at us with a "what the duck just happened?" look, and we told them what we had just encountered. My one buddy who was driving then says, "While you were in there, someone came knocking at my window asking what we were up to, since they were just parked in this neighborhood, and we told them you guys wanted to go see the old farmhouse. The person told my friends that the cops found a dead body in the house about a month before we went, and it was condemned and scheduled to be ripped down in a few weeks. I will never forget that experience. To date, it was the scariest thing I have ever been through. As I was writing this, my heart raced, trying to recall the details. Abandoned asylum. 4 of my friends came with me to explore an abandoned asylum. One of the 2 friends who went into the basement with me felt uneasy the whole time and kept saying she wanted to leave. As soon as we walked in, we felt a sudden cold breeze. The energy was off, but we kept going, upstairs first, then eventually down into the basement. Down there, we found this unusually large, pitch black room. Another freezing gust hit both of us at the same time. My friend kept walking, not noticing a giant hole in front of her. For some reason, I saw it and stopped her just in time. That's when we both felt something heavy and terrifying, like we were absolutely not supposed to be there. Right then, her sister called us. We froze, looked at each other, and just knew. She got a pounding headache, and we both ran upstairs in panic. From a paranormal perspective, does anyone know what that could have been? The ghost followed me home. I was riding my motorcycle on an abandoned road. The road led into a state-owned conservation area. The area was thick with forest and brush. A very steep hill on one side and a river on the other side, both close by the road surface. I had been here many years before because it was a teenage drinking and smoking party spot with a large cave. The cave had been explosively sealed by the conservation department after a series of violent crimes had occurred there. I have no idea why I wanted to revisit my teenage party spot. I stopped and viewed the expansive beautiful scenery. I looked up the steep hill, and 100 yards up in the brush I saw what looked like a floating white plastic bag or perhaps wispy cotton floating down through the trees. I watched as it came through the trees slowly, at walking speed. It floated down directly at me. As it got very close, it appeared more like smoke. The smoke moved from eye level to ground level, floated over the top of my shoes, floated slowly up my body, back up to eye level 6 from my face, and then just disappeared. I looked all around me, and it was gone, completely gone. I went home, and nothing happened for a few weeks. Then the knocking started. Knocking generally was in the TV room, and my wife and I just chalked it up to a somewhat frantic settling of the house. The knocking went on and on. Finally I had enough and started yelling at it to stop it, and it mostly did. I was concerned that the smoke had followed me home. This knocking continued but slowed considerably. I suspect it slowed because the ghost now knew it had contacted me and I was aware it was there. The knocking generally followed me from the TV room to a second bedroom I often fell asleep in. I slept in this second bedroom because I like to go to sleep with the streaming computer on, and my wife doesn't like the TV or computer on when she sleeps. In this second bedroom, the low-level activity continued for 2 years. Then it went to a higher level. I heard someone walking into the bedroom, and I would speak to it, convinced it was my wife, but no one was there. One morning I awoke contemplating my coming day when it spoke directly into my ear. I repeated the vocal sounds over and over and came to the conclusion it was just nonsense gibberish. When it spoke to me, I wasn't scared at all. This did not feel bad. It was very creepy, but I knew it wasn't evil. A few weeks later I had fallen asleep and felt a tremendous pain in my head. It felt like someone stuck a sword through my head, except the pain started in a small area and expanded like an explosion through my head. It lasted only an instant. I shook it off and started to go back to sleep, then the footsteps sounded, and a small toy fell off a dresser. Jesus, now I was getting wide awake. I opened the laptop and restarted the show I had fallen asleep to. In the glow of the computer screen, the spirit started to manifest and become visible. Duck. I didn't sign up for that. I immediately left the room and went to my other bedroom. It didn't follow. I racked my brain, what could it possibly want? So I prayed. Then it came to me. The pain in my head was what he felt when he shot himself. This ghost needed something from me. It wasn't evil, it just needed something. I suspected I now knew. I went to the bedroom. I told him I was sorry about how it ended. I prayed to the Lord, Jesus, and Saint Michael. I told him he was forgiven by the Lord and by me. He should forgive himself now. I told him that his family awaited him and loved him even if he didn't think so. I felt great relief. That was 2 weeks ago. There have been no knocks since, and this story is absolutely true. Saw a very sinister entity at the foot of the bed. For context, this was years ago. But I decided I'd like to start recounting my experiences, and this seemed like a nice enough community to do that with. My boyfriend, at the time, and I were moving. So things were in boxes, and the bed was taken apart. He always had insomnia, but I usually fell right asleep. This night, things felt off. I was tossing and turning for a good 30 to 40 minutes. He finally asked what was up. I said it was nothing, but he pressed, and I finally said, I just keep thinking I'm seeing something in the shadows. He pushed for me to say more, which was unlike him, but I finally started describing this thing. It was probably 7 feet tall, dark blue, almost black, with defined large muscles and sharp teeth. He cut me off and asked, "Is it dripping and slimy looking?" I said, "Yeah." "Is it breathing really heavy and staring right at me?" I said, yeah." He said he saw it too, and he thought it was impatiently waiting for something. But then he didn't want to talk about it anymore. I found out later through a friend that knew him as a teenager that he had a weird history with a place out in the country called Stone Church. She described him as a shy kid that didn't have any friends. Kinda emo and desperately wanted to be liked by the cool kids at school. She said it for fun. One night they went out to this abandoned church that was supposed to be haunted and did something like Bloody Mary or played with a Ouija board. Sorry, I don't remember the specifics, and crazy things started happening. At one point the door swung shut and locked him in a room, and she couldn't get in for a few hours. But when he came out, he seemed different. This was not the person I knew at all, by the way. She said the next day he was forever a changed guy. He was super charismatic and made friends everywhere he went. They were like his followers. Until she mentioned it, I never really realized how much they seemed to worship him. He refused to talk about it, and she clammed up and didn't want to say anything about it anymore after that. I am still not sure what to think. It's been almost a year since I had my first encounter. I still think about it to this day and don't know what to think. Before this happened, I had started exploring more in spirituality and what that meant in my life, still learning. Anyways, it happened at work during December after Christmas. I work at my local Spartan grocery store, and one of the things I have to do is take out the trash. It was around 6:15 p.m. During winter, it was already dark out by then. The only light outside that worked was about 25 to 30 yards from the dumpster. So needless to say, it was relatively dark where I was. Behind the dumpster there is about a 3 feet gap between it and the bottle shed. I was casually taking care of the trash when I just had this feeling that I was being watched. Now granted, there were customers at the store, but at the time they weren't anywhere near me. There was also about a 10-minute window where there weren't any customers outside when the event happened. As I continue to get this off feeling, I just keep doing what I'm doing. However, when I walk between the shed and the dumpster, I pause in front of the gap. To my right, all the way across the road, which was at least 40 yards, I feel eyes on me. The hair on the back of my neck stands, and I freeze. When I turn to see what's over there, all I see are dark houses and a few trees. Except, this figure is standing away from a tree. When I see this dark, grayish figure, I freeze. Fear shot through my body, and my eyes immediately began to burn from opening them so long. I stood there for what felt like 3 minutes when I heard a customer walking out to their car. I finally move and look around to see if it's a shadow from the light or anything else. But no matter where I moved or looked, it was standing there. I calmly continued to finish up outside, and after a few minutes of looking away, I looked back. I saw nothing. I can still see it to this day in my head. I finished my shift but didn't tell anyone what I saw. The next day, when I am taking out the trash, I try to look a little closer to perhaps see if I can find an explanation for what I saw. I thought maybe it was something one of the owners of the house had put out? Or a light beam from the businesses at the bottom of the hill? Nothing. I saw nothing that recreated or even looked similar to what I saw. Another day goes by, and I find out that in the empty lot far off to the left of where I saw this figure, there was an old elementary school there. They tore it down years ago, but before it was torn down, apparently amateur investigators went there while it was abandoned. They reported and confirmed the presence of ghosts in the building. At least that's what people have said. When I had this encounter, contractors had started working on building condominiums in that empty lot where the school was. I don't know if that has any connection to the encounter, but I thought it was worth mentioning. Something I just found out recently, however, is that several of my older coworkers have said that they believe the building the store is in is haunted. Perhaps it was haunted once. No one has experienced anything in decades. Abandoned house experience. My cousin and I like to visit abandoned houses and buildings. We live in a rural area where these houses are frequent. We have a select few that we like to visit from time to time. We are almost always nervous. My cousin worries that there will be squatters or the police will catch us, and I am nervous about paranormal activities. A couple of weeks ago, my cousin went to a house we hadn't been to before with 2 of his other friends. They went all throughout the house, he even took a few souvenirs. After his first visit, he told me about it, and we decided to attend. We either had to go on a rainy day or at night because there was some work being done around the property. About a week ago, we ventured out on a rainy day, despite the torrential rain, which didn't dampen my enthusiasm. I wanted to see the house. The front door was not open for us to go in, so we had to go in through some brush to get to the back. The trees and flowers were starting to bloom. It was beautiful. We were admiring the beauty. Once we got to the door, my cousin saw that there was a thin wooden slab covering the door. That wasn't their last time he went. I guess the workers have been working around the property. A little further down the house, there is a garage/basement that we could go in, but it was too scary. There were some glass bottles around, so we tried tossing a few at the door to open it easily. That didn't work, so we found a long piece of metal to reach over to open the door. Just as my cousin reached over to push the door open, it slammed shut. The door had been slightly cracked to begin with, especially after we tossed the glass bottles at it. I ran immediately, and my cousin followed. It was not windy, and it had stopped raining. There was no way it could have been wind, it came from the inside. I have experienced/seen a paranormal door closing before, and it was much like this one. I did not want to have to run through the brush, so my instinct was to run a different way. I did not know where I was going, but something told me that this was the way to go. We ran to the car and drove away fast. About 3 nights later, I shared a dream that I had about the experience with my cousin, and he told me that he experienced a dream almost the same as mine. Long story short, we both dreamt of a man/figure dressed in black and white with a white mask. He also had a different dream about someone whispering for him to come back. We are unsure if the house is trying to lure us in or if it is a sign to not go to any more abandoned houses because there might be something there that may be of harm, whether that be paranormal or not. My stories from a creepy abandoned farm and stables. These all happened, as the title suggests, at a creepy old farm in my hometown. This location was strange, as it consisted of a main house, a smaller cottage to the side of it, a barn, some small stables, and a brick building behind them that we could only assume was a workshop of some sort, but the strange thing was that it was built on our town's coastline. In our teenage years, my friends and I often visited this place. Although it has since been demolished, I would like to share some of the experiences my friends and I had there and see if anyone else has had similar encounters. It's important to note this place, from what I believe, had some sort of history. There was another building that was some sort of connected a few years back, which, to my knowledge, was the scene of some sort of death. As for the other buildings, I'm sure they saw death too, being that they were pretty old, 1800s at the very least. During our first visit to the barn building, I should mention that the coastline was quite popular, with many people walking by. However, despite all our previous visits, we had never heard a voice loud enough to be audible while inside the barn. As you can imagine, we're exploring and hear a sound from the back corner. What's weird is my ears only heard a noise, but my brain immediately registered it as a girl's voice. I have no idea what was said, but it's as if I knew on instinct what it was. What's extra strange is my other friend who had headphones on also heard it. We both snapped around to look at the exact same spot. However, the last friend there, who stood with us and didn't have any headphones or anything, didn't hear it. So that's one of the reasons I don't believe it was a person walking past. The fact that 2 of us registered and looked at the source of the noise while the third had no clue what we were talking about. The next incident is the creepiest. It's important to note one of the buildings caught fire hours after we left that day. We were exploring and hanging out as usual and decided to go into the main house. The only way in was a ladder up to the top floor window. Stupid, I know, but we were like 15 or 16. Once everyone was inside, although we'd had no problems previously with going downstairs. On that day, none of us wanted to go downstairs. Instead, we stood in the doorway looking at the stairs and, for some reason, collectively agreed that something feels off. It felt as if the energy shifted from playful exploration to an overwhelming sense of dread, prompting all of us to leave and go to the beach instead. The building we got that feeling in wasn't even the one that caught fire, and I don't believe there could have been someone down there since we had already been there for at least 2 hours at this point, and with a single entrance to that building, we would have heard them. My question is, what on earth was that feeling? Why could only I and my other friend hear the girl's voice? Recently, I have wondered whether that strange feeling of dread was a warning for us to stay away from the fire. The building has long since been demolished, but these events have always remained in my memory. Heard my voice laughing in an unused, abandoned section of my school. This happened my 8th grade year in my small middle school. Our school was really old, and there were rumors that someone passed away there at one point, but I can find no records proving this. My friend and I were messing around in our old unused gym. Since it was close to the end of the year, and we decided to explore a dark section under the bleachers. For context, it was a small hallway with two small doorways on the right and a locked door to an old locker room at the end of the hallway. The light wouldn't work as the light bulbs had blown out, so it was fully dark, and we had no flashlights. Phones weren't allowed. It was cold, musty, and smelled like mold, but that wasn't uncommon for my school, lol. Our plan was to enter the hallway and go through the first door on the right, as there was a mirror in there. We were bored and looking for something to do, and it was the perfect plan, interesting and kind of creepy. We had just entered the hallway, where it was starting to get hard to see, and I heard a chuckle in my voice. It sort of seemed like it came from the right, near the door to the room with the mirror, but I figured it may have echoed from somewhere else. I didn't think it could have been my friend, as he had a deeper voice than me, but I looked at him to find him already looking questioningly at me. I shook my head at him, and then we heard it again. We ended up bolting out of there, and I've never been able to forget since. I can still remember that exact chuckle. It was my exact voice, and it was the exact same chuckle both times. I do believe in paranormal beings but still have tried to rationalize it, but it couldn't have been someone else since we were standing in the only entrance for a while and no one else had gone in. We spent some time in the gym before entering the hallway, which had only one entrance and exit, where we stood right at the door. There was no stereotypical we never spoke of it again. We've discussed it and still to this day have no clue what could have happened. That's why I'm here. I have experienced some other paranormal stuff, but I don't believe them to be related. I have a history of mental issues, but none that cause hallucinations. The closest thing to hallucinations I have is visual snow, and no psychiatric disorders causing hallucinations run in my family. If anyone has any other ideas or theories, I'd love to hear them. Houses on a graveyard. So some backstory. In Texas, there is a suburb just outside of Houston that was built in the 1970s over a graveyard from the 1800s. They pretty much removed the gravestones but didn't move the bodies, so as time passes and the community gets bigger, they keep finding graves. The most recent graves that were found were about 2 or 3 years ago, and if you go into the forest heading to the lake, you may find a gravestone or two. This is a story of a few of the experiences I've had living here. So anyways, I had no knowledge of this when I bought my first home in 2019 in this community. We were so excited, and I don't know if the real estate agent knew the history of the land or not, so it wasn't mentioned to us. We actually lived there a full year before we started having our first experiences. When my wife got pregnant in 2020, we were so excited. It was our first, and so we were outfitting my baby's nursery. On this particular day, I was just about to build the crib. I had just picked up the heavy box from inside the garage. I went to open the door while struggling to reach for the door handle. Suddenly the door flew open out of my hands, and due to this, I was expecting to see my wife on the other side of the door, but she wasn't. She was in the nursery. What made this even weirder is that the door was a heavy door. One that would close under its own weight, and it wasn't a windy day. At this time, I thought it was strange, but I really thought nothing of it. The second experience we had in the house actually involves my wife. I was taking a shower and relaxing after a hard day's work. She had gone into the kitchen and started to cook dinner as I showered. She suddenly burst into the bathroom, and she claimed that she saw a shadow heading to the nursery and assumed it was me. She said she started talking and thought it was odd I didn't reply and looked over and saw no one was there. We would have things move from time to time but thought we were forgetful and had moved them, but both of us never remembered moving the item. It was until I bought a second house in the same community and went to rent out the first house that I learned the history of the community. A guy looking at the house told me what he knew of the graveyard, and after the conversation with him, I became curious and started researching. Even finding an Unsolved Mysteries episode about the community and the experiences the first people of the community had as well as all the lawsuits that happened. For those wondering, the buyers of the homes lost the cases due to the fact the graveyard was considered abandoned when the developer took over, so there was no liability on them. Or so if I understand what I read correctly. Skipping to the next house, we noticed activity immediately. At this point in time, I have a 6-month-old and a toddler. My wife, I, and the toddler were in the living room. My newborn was sleeping in the master. Suddenly, and with me and my wife both present to see it, a playpen ball flew out of our master bedroom and hit the wall. We both tried to figure out how that could have happened. We looked at air conditioning, if a toy was nearby that could have launched the ball. Nothing. We couldn't explain how the ball was thrown that hard against the wall. The weirdest thing happens at 3 a.m. without fail. My 2-year-old daughter, who is autistic, wakes and wants to sleep with us. Sometimes she seems like she's scared, and sometimes she seems like she's normal. Now I don't know if this is learned behavior or something more, but I feel it's worth noting. Time and again, we think we see shadows and dark masses. My wife says she feels uncomfortable in the kitchen. I feel like I see things out of the corner of my eye. Now, to be forward, I won't call this paranormal because this could be my own paranoia and makes me question if the small things I see are just in my head. And if this really is what we speculate, it doesn't seem malicious. If you have made it this far, thanks for listening. A house with a heartbeat. I'll preface this experience by saying I've been an atheist my entire life, including my childhood, and that prior to this event I did not truly believe in the paranormal. I had one other paranormal experience several years prior where my dead cat visited me in the middle of the night on my birthday, but that's another story. I was fascinated by shows and stories about ghosts, and I enjoyed reading and hearing about paranormal activity and encounters, but never really believed any of it until it happened to me, again. Having said that, I welcome any alternative theories to explain this crap because to this day it still bugs me. When I was 18 to 19, I developed an obsession with abandoned houses. I loved searching through a gutted house and finding super cool vintage/antique items, like ancient yearbooks, old family photos, etc. I had a few different roommates at the time, and one in particular really enjoyed abandoned house hunting with me. Her name was Emily. We would go out late at night, 10 p.m. to 3 a.m., and drive around in her car looking for abandoned houses to search, sometimes driving across state lines. We had visited several without any incidents. Looking back, we were freaking stupid. We could have been injured, arrested, or ended. One night we drove past an old quarry out in the middle of nowhere and noticed a very dilapidated house on the right side of the road. It was about 15 yards off the road, which was just a big curvy highway. The headlights from any incoming car briefly shone on the house and then continued on around the curve. It was probably 12 a.m. and a summer night when we found it. There was an open roof shed type area to the right of the house, overflowing with random weird items. The ground was littered with old VHS tapes, clothing, hangers, and other miscellaneous items. We spent a good 30 minutes sifting through and showing each other our cool finds. Anytime a car would come, we would duck down out of sight and wait for them to pass by. We eventually walked around to the back of the house. The backyard was just an impenetrable wall of brush and bushes with young trees scattered throughout and some large ones looming overhead. Despite how creepy it all should have been, I wasn't in the least bit creeped out, and I'm usually pretty good at picking up bad vibes / knowing when to get out of fucktown. We continued through the back entry, which no longer had a door on its hinges, and stepped into a space that I couldn't clearly identify, perhaps a back bedroom. An entryway? There was a rack of clothing that looked like it was from the 50s or something. We then moved into the middle of the house, where the living room and dining room would have been. The place was full of cool stuff. The floor was rotten, the windows were all without glass, and the doors were all missing. I remember finding an old porcelain cat salt or pepper shaker and being amused by it. The part of the house we were standing in now was probably the living room. There was a doorway leading straight onto the front porch with two big glassless windows on either side. 15 yards in front of the porch was the road we came in on. A car came around the bend, and we quickly ducked down and waited for it to pass. I remember the car slowly traveling by and, as we were crouched down on the floor, hearing some sort of pounding / beating sound quietly start up. Was it bass from the car? No, the car was gone, and the sound was still there, a little louder now. It was coming from behind us. I wasn't really spooked, I had only just noticed it and thought maybe we had knocked over some kind of mechanical device. Maybe a raccoon in the rafters was upset. I looked at Emily, and she was definitely hearing it too. We got up and followed the sound back to our original entry point, and we both stopped and looked straight at where it was the loudest, coming from inside the wall that faced the back entry. As we stood there trying to understand what the hell it was, it started to get louder and louder and seemed almost impatient. It kept the same rhythm, like a metronome, or like someone was banging on a drum. I stood there staring and listening long enough to know that this was in no way an animal or any type of object. Although the rhythm never changed, it wasn't just getting louder, it was getting more aggressive, like something inside the wall was trying to smash its way out. Emily became hysterical, and I said something to the effect of "Let's get the duck out of here." We hurried towards the entryway, the banging so loud at this point that the house was vibrating. As we made our way out the back, the bushes behind the house all began to rustle. I remember looking up at the trees to tell myself it was only wind, and the trees were completely still. At that moment, we ran as fast as we could back to the car, both of us nearly in tears, and quickly left the area. After that night, I never went into another abandoned house again. Until. Fast forward a year, and I'm telling this same story to my then best friend, Desiree, and her fiancé, Colton. They are fascinated, and they want to see the house. I get sick to my stomach even thinking about going back, because although I hadn't fully committed to the idea that what I experienced was paranormal, I definitely felt that whatever it wasn't good. They insisted, and I decided it had been long enough. I was being silly, and with 2 other people there, nothing bad would happen. It took over an hour of driving to remember where it was. I seriously think my mind repressed it, and when we finally found it, I became nauseous. It was late at night again, and it looked exactly as it did before. We went inside, this time through the front entry, and looked around. We investigated all the rooms, taking Snapchat recordings on our phones the whole time in case something happened again, but nothing ever did. We left, and I felt relieved. Until later that night, I get a text from Day saying something like, "Dude, listen to this ducking recording." I am crying. I immediately call her and say I'm not watching it. She insists, and she really is crying, and I say again I am not watching it. She finally persuades me to watch it while we're on the phone, and there's something in the video that shouldn't be there, like a sinister sound of interference. It brought me to tears and still sends chills down my spine and makes my hair stand on end. Out of all the videos we took, only that video produced the sound, and it happened when the camera was pointed towards the room where the beating wall was. I know that the sound in the video has a lot more possible explanations, bad cell phone reception, radio interference, etc., than the beating wall, but after my first encounter with this house, I wasn't so sure anymore. 3 years later, and I still can't come up with a rational explanation for the experience. I haven't been back there since, and I will never so much as drive by it again. Someone chased me in the woods. I was about 16 at the time, still living at home deep in the mountains at my family's home/cottage. I frequently walked the woods surrounding my home but never really went that far out, either out of lack of curiosity or simply because I was lazy. One evening I decided to take a flashlight and walk as far as I comfortably could into the valley behind my property. There's a large number of deer, bears, and other animals near where I live, so I also brought some bear spray with me. I was about 25 minutes, maybe more, into my walk when I started to get an uneasy feeling like I was incredibly vulnerable or that I wasn't alone. I shrugged it off because I probably wasn't alone. I mean, there is a lot of wildlife in the forest, so it's not like I can just expect to be alone. I neared the creek that flowed around our property and noticed some garbage and some pots and pans next to the water as well as what looked like a tattered sleeping bag and some shoes. I didn't think much of it and continued my walk, thinking about it every now and then, wondering if someone was camping out near our house. It was almost completely dark out now, so I turned around and began walking home. I kept glancing over my shoulder back towards the creek, worried someone might be behind me. After about 5 or 6 minutes of walking in the pitch black, I heard some branches snap a little ways behind me, my blood ran cold, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I turned around and spent a minute just shining my flashlight in every direction, wondering if a deer or, God forbid, a bear was following me. Once I felt sure that nothing was there, I kept on walking. Not even a minute after I heard running footsteps trampling behind me, I didn't even turn to look at what it was or who it was, I just began running as fast as I could. I'm pretty sure I called out, pleading with whatever it was or whoever it was to stop. I was still about 15 minutes from home. I desperately sprinted through the trees, trying to keep my flashlight pointed forward so I didn't trip or fall. I kept pleading and screaming, hoping whatever it was would give up, but I kept hearing footsteps stomping behind me and branches being snapped off the trees violently. I heard pain grunting and what sounded like someone violently growling. I began crying out of fear, tears filling my eyes as I ran. It sounded like they were right behind me, almost like they could reach out and grab me. I heard one loud growl/scream right behind me as whatever it was seemed to have fallen or slipped up. I kept sprinting and never dared to look back. I eventually stopped hearing the running behind me once I made it to my property line and saw the light of my house in the distance ahead of me, and I turned to see if I was still being followed. What I saw still torments me even now. A freakishly tall man was standing about 100 yards from me, my flashlight only barely illuminating him. He was wearing what looked like a tattered hoodie and no pants. I stood there for a moment, struck with fear, waiting to see if he would move. As I was about to turn away and run the last stretch to my house, he started sprinting viciously towards me, and by vicious, I mean he was almost on all fours, using the trees to propel himself further, grabbing at the ground, and lunging towards me. I let out a scream and ducked under my fence and sprinted as fast as I could to my house. By the time I got there, I was completely out of breath, my throat hurt, and my knees were sore. I shined the light back towards the woods and saw the man at my fence waving at me, his tall and slender figure towering above the fence. I quickly made my way inside and locked all the doors. I woke my dad up and told him what had happened. I don't remember exactly what he did about it, if he called the cops or just let it be, but I don't think anyone else ever saw the guy again. I still never go into the woods alone or any time near dark, and I certainly stay away from the creek. I don't know if he's still out there, but I do know that if he had caught up to me, I might not be telling this story today. I and my friends went to an abandoned house. I and my friend saw an abandoned house pop up a few weeks ago, and after countless times asking to go, they finally agreed. After coming back from 7 to 11, we were talking about what to say to the cops if they found us. We agreed on saying that my friend got mad and threw the tennis ball and went to go retrieve it. As we arrived at the house, we got over a fence and started in the backyard looking for an entrance. All the windows were boarded up, so we went to the shed in the backyard. There was a bunch of creepy things in there, not normal things you would find in a shed, not tools. We found a bunch of Halloween decorations and a Ouija board. We said, "Duck that," and closed the door behind us. A couple of seconds later the door flew open, there wasn't even a slight breeze out. And there was a state of a family that made me dizzy just standing near it. I passed out, and when I woke back up, while we were looking for an entrance, we found a tennis ball with the number 7 on it. We heard police sirens and decided to leave. As we returned to our bikes, which we had locked at the 7-Eleven, we searched for the spiritual meaning of the number 7 and found that it suggests a spirit invites you to take risks for potential rewards. If someone can tell me what I looked up to get that result, that would be nice because I can't find it anymore. I had a terrifying experience early in the morning. So I bought this house about a year ago on a very quiet street in the suburbs of a big city with my fiancé and young son. When I purchased the home, it had been abandoned for roughly 12 to 13 years and had some odd features. From false doors in the basement to unnecessary amounts of locks on closets or doorways. During the renovation process, we discovered some unusual features, a false wall in the basement that provides access to a wine cellar. There was no wine inside, but there was an old school chair and chalkboard. In the attic there was an exorcism kit along with several holy items, let's call them. But fortunately nothing really came of any of that. We know very little about the house besides the fact that the previous owner's father died there, and his mom was put in a nursing home. The previous owner left the state and let the house go to waste. We've had some paranormal encounters in the house, but nothing extreme, such as doors opening slowly on their own or footsteps heard from upstairs. However, tonight took the cake for possibly the weirdest thing I've seen in a long time. At around 5:30 a.m., I woke up to the sound of what I assumed was my toddler crying in the middle of the night. I get up to check on him, and by the time I reach the hallway, it's quiet. Currently, I have 2 cats and a German Shepherd dog, GSD, and I know my Shepherd is upstairs because his movements are very noticeable on the steps. Meanwhile, one of my cats was in bed with my fiancé and me. I hear the crying again, and it sounds like a cat. But it's almost fake. I walk into the kitchen and find my other cat staring at the back door when I hear it again. It literally sounded like a speaker at my door playing cat noises from the internet. My immediate thought was, is someone ducking with me? But I have a large fence myself, or the dog would hear someone jump or open it. And like I said before, it's a quiet neighborhood as far as I've noticed. So I click on the back door lights and roll the shade to see a ridiculously large gray cat staring at me with several other sets of cat eyes behind it. It looked almost deranged and ragged, but it was strikingly similar to my ex's cat, Scar, which I adored, the cat, not the ex. The cat hissed and ran away faster than I had ever seen a cat move before I could even open the door. It was like I had this overwhelming urge to check to see if the cat was Scar or see if it was okay. Then I stopped myself. It was almost like every instinct in my body screamed, "Do not open the door." Obviously it wasn't Scar, why would I go chasing a stray at 5 a.m.? It all felt very out of character. Something felt like it was trying to draw me outside or at least get me to open the door. What the duck was that? I don't know what I saw. So I'll start this story almost 10 years ago when I was 6/7. I stayed, and still do, with my grandparents. They lived in a 2-bedroom single trailer with an added-on room, and one day while I was asleep in the bed with my little sister, my mom, who had stayed that night, was also sleeping in the same bed. All of a sudden my eyes popped open and my heart started beating fast. I thought I just woke up from a nightmare. As soon as I sat up, I saw a short shadowy figure in the hallway, and when the light was on, I noticed it turn into my room. Its head looked like a sideways lemon, kind of like Stewie, and it was moving its head side to side as it was gliding across the floor to me. I hid under the covers and called my mom. Didn't see it again till I was at my cousin's house. We were in her attic, and all of my younger cousins could see the same shadow thing except for the adults. It was slamming the door open and closed, and once it saw me, it started going faster. After that I didn't see it again. Flash forward to 2021. In December 2020, an incident occurred that led to feelings of depression, and I was alone at home throughout that period. I was approximately 15 years old at the time. So I was in the kitchen about to fix myself something to eat until I got this dark feeling telling me to get out of the house now. I looked down the hall, and it got really dark, so I ran outside, prayed, and felt way better. Ever since then I felt like someone was watching me every time I was at my grandparents' house. Now I'm going to get into my recent sighting. Around fall of 2021 I was in the attic part of my grandparents' trailer, and I looked outside and saw an orange/red looking person. They had no knees, calves, or head. It looked like a corpse to me. It was just walking, so I opened the door, thinking it could have been my grandfather, and nobody was there. In 2022, my grandparents got a new trailer in the same spot. Then again, I'm there by myself every day. Ever since we started staying there I get this feeling of dread. It's mostly in my grandmother's room, so I avoid going in there all the time. My mom, and my little sister have been seeing this lady with a long white dress out of the corner of our eye, and when it's not that entity, it's a shadow one. Okay, so today I was in the kitchen. The trailer we have now is flipped, so where the kitchen is now was where the attic room was, and I looked out and saw the orange looking thing again, but I saw the whole body this time, and it looked as if it was gliding. It spooked me. Usually I'd think, oh, it's a bird, but this time I started shaking and almost cried. I took 30 minutes to calm down and got back up and went into the kitchen again, and I saw another one, but this one was all black with white eyes. It was standing in the same exact way as the other one, gliding. The house is located near an old abandoned home, and since one of my close neighbors has passed away, I am unsure if that is related to what I saw, but I feel scared to return home. I told my grandma, and she asked me to just pray. What do you all think? It came from the fire. Hey guys, so this sounds weird even to me, and I saw it all. Last year on the last day of school some friends and I got together to burn some of our school stuff as a stress relief sort of thing. Well, we were at my friend's house in the woods, and it was getting pretty late in the evening. No one wanted to go to bed, so we sat around the fire, and every now and then we would throw a new log on to keep things going. After the third log, I started to notice something in the fire every time we would stir it up. When the new log was thrown in, a puff of embers would fly up, and that's where I started seeing it. Every time the sparks would rise up, I could make out a macabre face. At first I thought nothing of it, but the consistency started to really freak me out. After about the sixth log, I was totally convinced, and, I have to admit, pretty freaked out. The face seemed to be grinning wide in an evil way. The eyes were narrow, and the mouth was big and full of malice. Eventually, around midnight, I believed, we decided to put out the fire and go for a walk because it was a warm night. So we got up and began to head deeper into the woods. Now I have been hunting with my father for years in these woods, so I am fairly well accustomed to the sounds of the forest and the animals that live there. When the five of us began walking through the underbrush, I started hearing noises that sounded like heavy footsteps from the trees nearby. I know the sounds of elk and bears, but these footsteps were nothing like those. These footsteps were heavy but excited, like a little kid who can't wait to walk through his favorite toy store. At first I shrugged it off, telling myself it was nothing and I was making it up. Eventually we began walking down an old logging road to get to an abandoned junkyard. I know that seems like a stupid decision. When we got to the junkyard, the footsteps stopped, and I began to feel confident that I had made the whole thing up. This confidence did not persist, however. Soon we were all crowded into an abandoned school bus, looking at the seats for anything cool to snatch, but while my friends all looked around, I was focused on a noise outside the bus. I quickly counted my friends to ensure no one was teasing me. When I discovered that we were all in the bus and the sounds of rattling metal were indeed coming from outside, I brought it to my friends' attention. Initially, they all believed I was exaggerating, but they quickly became convinced as well. Shortly after my last friend agreed that something unrelated to our excursion was making the noise, we took off running through the woods to the nearest main road. From there we immediately headed back to my friend's house and tried to sleep. A few days later I was discussing the events with my friend who had been using his iPad at the fire. When I told him what he saw, he sent me some pictures of the flying embers. I looked through them all and was able to find the tail end of one of the occurrences in the photo. We were not drinking or doing any drugs, so I assure you I am not making this up. It was really disturbing, and I was deeply bothered by the persistence of whatever it was. Does anybody know what it was or maybe had a similar experience? The letters. This all happened about 15 years ago. So forgive me if my memory is a little foggy. The time I got a letter was about the end of my junior year, around March/April. I don't remember exactly what it said, but it was some typical secret crush thing. I've liked you since I first saw you, but I've never had the guts to tell you and all that jazz. Initially, I felt flattered because I had rarely received compliments while growing up, much less had someone express affection for me. I'd reread it before bed at night and giggle with glee, wondering who this secret admirer could be. To my surprise and pleasure at the time, the letters kept coming, first a few times a week, then once a day. He'd leave them in my locker, my desk, or by my backpack. At the time I was so in awe nothing about it sounded strange at all. I never even thought, how could this person know where all my classes were? I was too blinded by flattery. Then one day the note inside the letter told me that my secret crush was ready to meet me and reveal himself. He gave me a date and a location. I was so ready to have my classic rom-com love story. I spent all morning doing up my makeup and my hair, all to meet some random guy I don't even know behind some bleachers. Classes ended. I started walking towards the field. Mind you, I was basically alone because everyone had already gone home. That's when I saw him. He was walking towards the bleachers. He walked in this creepy fashion, constantly checking behind him, as if to see if anyone was there. He was wearing a gray hoodie, one that covered his whole face, so I never really got a good look at him, but I knew something was up. You know when something is wrong and you just feel it in your gut? This was the moment for me. Quickly I turned around and rushed to the nearest bus stop. The letters started changing after that. Initially, his letters were more opinionated. He commented on my clothing choices and whether he liked my hairstyle. Then, as time passed, the letters became more aggressive, demanding that I stop ignoring him and similar things. At one point he even threatened to come to my house. The worst part is I bet he knew where I lived. I knew nothing good would come, but every day I would open the letter he sent me. In some twisted way I was still happy someone was paying me attention. I was too dumb to realize the real danger of the situation. This went on until about the end of May, when he finally asked me to meet again. This time at a gas station off the highway. Now this wasn't that weird, given we lived in some random town in New Jersey without even a mall. Kids were always meeting at weird places like this. As a dumb, naive kid, I figured he wanted to sort stuff out and reveal himself again. Hell, I didn't even question his motives until I was driving there. It seemed normal at first. I exited off the highway into the woods, but the farther I got, the deeper the hole got in my gut. I must have driven half an hour through the woods, telling myself, 5 more minutes, then I'll turn around, when I finally got there. As I approached and took in my surroundings, my heart skipped a beat. Windows shattered, dirt everywhere, this gas station was abandoned. Hell, it looked like no one had been there in years. And standing by the door, leaning up against the wall, was a man in a gray hoodie, holding something in his pocket, God knows what. Heaven knows why it took me so long, but I finally came to my senses and realized how ducked up this whole situation was. With a rush of adrenaline, I slammed down on the gas and drove as fast as I could. I must have been going 90 miles per hour on some random empty woodsy road, but I'd do anything to get away. Luckily, that summer my family and I moved away. After a while, I basically stopped thinking about the whole thing, until this friend from my hometown sent me a text. It was an article. I remember vividly the way my heart dropped when I read it. A girl. Found dead. The body was discovered behind a gas station. Abandoned in the woods. All I could think about was that it could have been me. I will never forget how lucky I am that I came to my senses that night. This little girl is so sad. When I was 5, my parents took me and my older sister to a ghost town in Arizona. The area is chock full of abandoned sites. I was too young to remember this, but my mom and dad swear by it. This particular ghost town was a Wild West type of deal. And most of it was very spread out. There weren't many tourists, so my parents decided to just drive around and see what we could find. And at one point, we come across this graveyard. We walk over to investigate this seemingly random graveyard and find an information sign. It is important to note that this sign is quite tall. A lot taller than me at the time, and also I couldn't read well, so there's no way I could read this thing. So my parents stopped to look at the information while my sister and I wandered around and played a little. At one point, I'm walking around playing some random imaginary game. And I'm looking totally fine. When all of a sudden, I come to a full stop. And look down at one of the graves. My mom, who's been watching us play, calls out and asks if I'm okay. I don't reply. So mom walks over to me and pats my shoulder to try and get my attention. She once again asks if I'm okay. Then, I frowned a little bit and looked up at my mom. Then I looked back down. Oh, I'm okay. It's just. This little girl is so sad. Mom's heart skips a beat. But she's not too freaked out, and she just asks what I mean. She's just so sad, I say. Mom sprints over to my dad and tells him about this. My dad thinks that I'm just playing some games or whatever, but out of curiosity he goes to read whose grave it was. I don't remember the name, but it belonged to, surprise, a little girl. Supposedly this girl had died from sickness, which was ultimately why the town was abandoned, and just weeks before her death, her mom and 2 siblings had died from the same thing. So, I was a psychic as a kid. This story isn't too scary, to me anyway, and both of my parents are pretty into empath and energy stuff, so they weren't too freaked out by it either. Anyway, thanks for listening. My first terrifying experience. One time, my sister, my crush Mindy, and 2 friends, whom we'll call Tristan and Ben, were all pretty mischievous kids looking for a place to relax and light a small fire. We were all about 14 to 15 years old. I was the second oldest, my crush was Mindy. Well, I went scouting alone for places, and while I was looking, I found an abandoned hotel. When they looked at it, they decided it was perfect. We crawled through the broken window, and I got a piece of glass in my hand. I was walking in the back because I'm a very shy person even now. But while we were looking for a room to light the fire, we heard a loud banging coming from a room right next to me. I grabbed a metal pipe and went to look. There wasn't anything there. My sister wanted to leave, but I wanted to stay, so we did. Right after we lit the fire, a dog ran from a hole in the wall. I figured that was what was making that banging noise. Then, in the pool area, we heard scraping and tapping. I again went to investigate. My sister and crush refused to let me go alone. So we walked over there. When we got there, we saw all the windows were boarded off, and when the doors shut, there was no light in the room at all. We couldn't see anything. I lit a lighter, and all I saw was a man covered in what I assume is blood. He smiled, and just because of reflex, I hit him with the pipe. He fell but just got up laughing. He was bleeding from his head, and it was going in his eye and mouth. He grabbed me by the throat, so I broke his damn arm, but he just kept laughing. Then my sister charged at him with the pipe. He took it to the collarbone and got back up. He hit my sister, so I punched him as hard as I could. He choked me, so I hit him. He just bled and laughed. I just remember running, and then we left. I forgot about it for a while until yesterday. I and Tristan were talking, and he said, I remember once at that abandoned hotel while you and your sister and that one girl walked away. Well, after a while, we heard a crazy, loud, evil laugh. It was so effing loud. Then I heard someone else in the grass while we were walking home. And now all I can think about is this person following me. I hear breathing at night regardless of where I am, and on nights when the clouds cover the moon, I swear I hear that evil haunting laugh ever so softly. My sister and Mindy don't remember anything from that night. I googled the hotel, and a man ended his family and himself in that pool area. I think it's a ghost. I have to move, huh? What could this have been? So I live across from an old abandoned railroad line. The rail bed has been turned into a bike/hiking/snowmobile trail, and if you walk it, you can still find old telegraph poles that have been cut down, concrete bases where the shingles were, and the like. Well, in the fall of last year, my friend and I were sitting outside just enjoying the late summer/early fall weather. Out of the blue, everything stopped. The crickets stopped doing their thing, the farm dog next door stopped barking, and it seemed that there was no traffic on the highway that's around 150 to 200 feet away. Then both of us started to hear a clicking noise. Well, at first I didn't think anything of it. Then it hit me, the clicking was Morse code, and it was the sound of a telegraph. For those who don't know, telegraphs were used before radios to give orders to trains. Then as soon as it started, it stopped, and the whole world started again. So what could this have been? Just the wind blowing, or could it have been an operator sending an order to a ghost train? Something followed my friend home. My best friend and I always had a spiritual connection from the day we met. We did all our paranormal investigations together, and she was my only friend who truly understood my gifts as well as I understood hers. She eventually moved away, but whenever she came back to town, we were right back together, thicker than thieves. Well, the last time I saw her alive, things were not the same. It started off with us meeting on a beautiful summer night. She decided she wanted to try a popular app for manifesting missions. I had always had luck with it, so I told her she could even pick what we manifested. We talked for a while deciding what we wanted to do, and she decided to ingest some fungi before our mission because she thought it would open her up spiritually more. I decided to stay sober and be the designated driver. So she chose shadow people. Let me just say I was apprehensive, to say the least, but I am always heavily protected, so I felt I would know when we should go. The first place it took us to was a sidewalk in between 2 homes that went from one side of the street to the other. As soon as we pulled up, I jumped out, ready to go, but she was moving slowly. I asked if she was okay, and she said, "Why do you think those people are watching us?" I answered, "Well, probably because it's 9 o'clock at night and we're taking pics on a sidewalk next to their house." So I said, "Let's just hurry, take some pics, and head out." So I walked and snapped pic after pic because I'm usually pretty good at getting any activity in my pics. She walked slowly behind, saying she thought the people next door were chanting and she heard it. At that point I didn't take her too seriously, as I figured her meds had started to kick in and she was not her usual self. I made it to the other side as she straggled behind, talking to herself. I took many pics and said, "Let's go, girly." She looked haunted when we got back in the car and said, "Just pull off." Well, I did. We pulled over a mile or so up the street, and I asked her what was going on. She told me the people were chanting and they were trying to harm us, and she felt it. I always believe my friends, and under the influence or not, I knew she wasn't lying. I told her, "Let's just start over and do something else." So we manifested as haunted. It took us to a local park that was halfway between my house and hers. As soon as we arrived, things looked and felt off. All the signs and trees were blown in the same direction, almost like a huge hurricane wind blew on everything, and it stayed that way. I honestly never even knew the park was there, but it was huge. It had 3 large parking lots, plenty of forest, and an old field house. Our coordinates led to a large hill about 500 yards away, but my friend wasn't comfortable walking there. She said she had a feeling something bad was there. So we looked around. We noticed a car with about 4 teens drinking bad beer and listening to even worse music, but they paid us no mind. There were also several cars that looked abandoned through the lots. We decided to look around the field house. As I strolled and captured my best photographs, she lagged behind, expressing that she sensed something attempting to drain our energy. I didn't take her as seriously this time. I was like, no way, 2 different places are giving that energy, and I was just so excited to be out with her I wasn't as tuned in as I usually was. But after her mentioning it a few times, I took her word for it, and we went home. When I got home I started looking at the pics I had taken, and they were crazy, multiple ghosts, crazy weird symbols, and everything looked sideways like in the park. I sent them to my friend, and she agreed we felt like we had been in some type of vortex or different dimension. We both slept constantly for a week straight after we did this and felt drained, just like what my friend had said. It was crazy. But I cleansed and moved on. However, she did not. I talked to her a month after she went back home, and she was being haunted by multiple poltergeists. She did a house blessing and sent me a video that showed multiple dark spirits fleeing her home into the woods behind her home. I prayed for her and was super worried, but she said she had it under control. A month later my roommate dropped dead of a massive heart attack on our kitchen floor, and I had to move, so we didn't talk for 3 months because I was grieving and moving at the same time. Once I finally started to settle in, I realized that I had not heard from her, so I called and left messages for several days without receiving a response. Consequently, I checked her Facebook page and found her obituary there. She had apparently passed away a week after our last conversation and 1 month after my roommate's death. I was told it was from an overdose. She had struggled with addiction most of her life, but now it had taken her. She left behind 5 beautiful children and so many who loved her dearly, but I will always relate her untimely passing to our experience that night. I think something followed her home, and before she could get rid of it, well, you know. Weird place. I grew up in a low-income area in London, early 90s. It was tough, but we had fun. I and my friends used to get up to mischief a lot. One of our preferred ways to pass the time was to go to the golfy, albeit that just meant climbing a wall that separated our neighborhood from a golf course and collecting lost golf balls. I don't know why we did it, but hey, we were young, and the fluorescent yellow balls were cool to us. Anyhow, during one summer break from school, I went out and met up with my best friend. Nobody else was around that day, which was weird because usually the neighborhood was teeming with our friend group. I know that seems trivial, but the whole neighborhood was, like, unusually quiet, with a strange vibe because I remember it was a perfect day. We wandered around talking for a while and inevitably got bored, and he suggested a trip to the golfy to see if we could find any balls. So off we went on the short walk. We got there after a short walk. It wasn't far, but I remember that we just couldn't find anyone around. I don't know, it was bizarre, to say the least. Like, we could hear normal neighborhood noises as you would expect, but we just never encountered anyone. I remember we commented on it being strange and actually surmised that maybe all our friends had the same idea as us and would be at the golfy waiting for us. Not unusual given none of us had phones and we would just randomly meet in a few places, most of which we had already been past at this point. So, we arrived at the wall that we usually scrambled over to get to the golfy. He hopped up before me and sat astride it to pull me up. Once we were both up, We looked at each other perplexed. I genuinely remember to this day the confusion in his face. We looked at the place we had been 100 times before, and it was different. Instead of the small wooded area that led to the golf course, we found a huge paved area filled with rows of greenhouses and strange square sections that appeared to be designed for plants. These greenhouses were old, abandoned, and not taken care of. Most of them had plastic sheeting over the sides where the glass used to be, and they were flapping gently in the summer breeze. The squared areas had weeds and the sort growing out of them, likewise, the paving slabs that made up the floor. We sat there for a while watching. We had no clue what to make of it all. Obviously the sight was too good to be true in our minds, and once the initial surprise wore off, curiosity set in. We both hopped down and began to explore the place. I know it sounds mundane, but the entire area felt strange, as if it were not normal. I can't explain it, but we were close together, laughing and joking as we went on. We looked in the greenhouses, and they were just full of rundown equipment of some sort and overgrown with weeds and plants. After about 20 minutes of exploration, I remember we stopped and looked around, kind of in disbelief at how big this whole area was. We hadn't changed direction, and now, in the middle of all of it, we could neither see the neighborhood nor the golf course. At that moment, the situation became extremely unsettling. As we were standing there, my friend looked at me and said, "Can you hear that?" The look on his face was dead serious, and I stood still listening. "What?" I asked him back. He just put his finger to his lips and listened more. Then I heard it. Like a really low hum, like the type of high voltage of electricity makes. I didn't know how to describe it, but it felt like a sound between a hum and a buzz. As we stood there, the noise grew louder and seemed to come from all around us, getting closer without any specific direction. We started a brisk walk back to where we came from. The buzz kept getting louder until we panicked and started to run. As we ran, and I mean full sprint, through these weird constructions, we started hearing something behind us. I can't explain it, almost a mechanical noise? Like not a human or animal. The plastic sheeting and the way the place was laid out made it impossible to see anything more than 10/15ths of a meter, so we never saw what it was, but it was there, right behind us. We must have run hard for 3, maybe 4, minutes in pure adrenaline, and I remember getting to that wall completely empty and using the last bit of energy I had left to clamber over it. Once over it, both of us threw up, probably from the fact we just sprinted so hard for so long. As we retraced our steps through the neighborhood, the normalcy of people, cars, and activity returned. The ducked up part is, once we explained what had happened to our friend group, they obviously all wanted to go see what we had found and what had chased us. Understandably, because it sounded insane. The next day a whole group of us, maybe 10/12ths, went back down to see the place. It wasn't there, and I swear we went up and down that wall for an hour looking for it. It just wasn't there. There is no way it was in some other place. We only used that wall to get there, and given the sheer size of that area, even if we were off by 100/200ths of a meter, we would have seen it. Nothing, literally nothing. My friend and I occasionally spoke about it, saying things like, "Hey, remember that day?" But never really more than that. Then life happened, and we went our different ways. Hell, maybe he'll listen to this and recognize the story. Either way, only 2 of us knew about it until now. Ducking weird place. Any explanation is welcome. The abandoned mansion I and my friends visited. Well, I'm from Malaysia, and this incident happened to me in 2022 when I was 18. My high school was situated in a quite steep area and is like a hillside technically. So near my school, around 500 meters away, there was this enormous abandoned mansion. The mansion was built in the 1980s and has remained abandoned for many years. So, we were in our final year of high school, and we were all depressive as well, so we decided to urban explore the mansion because we were dumb, I guess. So we went there as a group of 8, and we went there around 2 p.m. after our classes ended. And we went in the mansion, and we decided to explore each and every possible corner, and we found some weird logos around the house, abandoned papers, and a martial arts brochure. One deal we all agreed on when we went into the mansion was to not curse, not call each other names, and be respectful, and so we were. Alright, fast forward. We went there with 2 bikes, we just took turns going back and forth to the school. So this is when things started going bad for us. This occurred a few weeks after our visit. All 8 of us encountered problems in 3 categories: financial issues, death, and relationship troubles. Among us, 3 people, myself and 2 friends, were involved in serious motorcycle accidents on the same bikes we used to visit the mansion. Our families faced significant financial difficulties and personal issues, while 3 of us experienced breakups after being in relationships that lasted nearly 2 to 3 years. The other 3 had financial issues as well, and one of my friends' families almost went bankrupt. Only 2 others were unaffected. Initially we didn't realize all this was happening to us because it was all pretty personal issues right until one day we all had a meetup, and we were talking about this place, and the puzzles started to connect. Many of our friends also went there at different times, and 3 of their parents had passed away in the span of a few months, and one of them was the one following our group. My other 2 friends visited the location at night while intoxicated and observed a silhouette of a woman from the mansion. They then took a photograph and promptly left the scene. The following week, both their mom and I got fairly critical health issues. So believe it or not, about 20 of my friends who visited at various times experienced issues in the 3 categories I mentioned earlier: financial problems, death, or relationship troubles. I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but we felt that all the issues stemmed from that mansion since they occurred in the months following our visits there. Y'all can look the place up online, it's called the SG House, and read about it. So that's about my story, guys. Thank you for listening. The shadow in the classroom. For context, both my family and the families of my friends have had experiences with spirits or unexplained phenomena. It was a typical Saturday afternoon, and I was hanging out with my usual friend group, Cameron and Logan. Notably, Cameron's dad is a frequent ghost hunter, often venturing out weekly with paranormal investigation gear. Logan, intrigued by this, had always wanted to try ghost hunting for himself. Near Cameron's house is an abandoned school with a chilling reputation. Local stories claim that a homeless man ended a child there. The tragedy allegedly led to the school's permanent closure. Drawn by curiosity, and maybe a bit of recklessness, we decided to explore the school ourselves, at midnight, using Cameron's dad's gear. None of us had ever gone ghost hunting before, but it had always been something we talked about. As midnight approached, we grabbed the equipment and headed to the school before we could talk ourselves out of it. From the moment we stepped onto the school grounds, something felt off. Cameron had brought along a Ouija board, which he pulled from the gear bag and placed on a desk inside room 31, a detail that would prove important later. While the board sat undisturbed, we spread out the rest of the equipment across nearby rooms: a spirit box in room 32, dowsing rods in room 33, and EMF detectors and rope sensors in room 30. We intentionally kept everything close together in case we needed to leave quickly. We started in room 32 with the spirit box, asking basic questions and listening intently. At one point, I caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of my eye. Assuming it was just my imagination, I brushed it off. It was late, and this wasn't the first time I thought I saw something. Feeling a bit hungry, I told my friends I was going to grab a snack from the backpack we left in room 31. They stayed behind, still focused on the spirit box. As I walked down the hall, I saw something that made my blood run cold: a distinct shadow of a man standing at the school's entrance. Thinking it might be a cop or a security guard, I rushed back to my friends to tell them. Cameron and I went to check, but no one was there. Still unnerved, I returned to room 31 to grab a bag of chips. That's when I saw them: 3 photographs of students on the whiteboard, each marked with crude, angry X's. The pictures hadn't been there earlier. As I tried to make sense of it, I noticed the Ouija board was out of its box, which none of us had opened. Panicking, I ran back to my friends, trying not to scream. I told them what I saw, but they dismissed it, joking that I was going crazy or just messing around. Honestly, I was tired and starting to believe it myself. We resumed the spirit box session, and for a while, nothing happened, until we heard a voice. Deep, raspy, and unmistakably real. It said one word: "Run." We wrote it down in our notebooks and tried asking follow-up questions, but there was no further response. So we moved on to check the EMF detectors in room 30. The moment we entered, the detectors spiked uncontrollably. Terrified, we turned everything off and began packing up. As we gathered the last of our gear, we returned to room 31 to retrieve the backpack and the Ouija board. That's when Logan suggested we try using it, just once, before leaving. Cameron and I hesitated but eventually agreed. When we entered the room, we all froze. The Ouija board was out of its box again, and the weird student photos were still on the whiteboard. Only now did my friends fully realize something was wrong. We quickly began packing everything up. As we were doing so, I felt an icy chill down my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I turned, and saw him. A tall, shadowy figure of a man stood behind us. His form was dark and blurred at the edges, almost like static. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes. Then, in a blink, he vanished. That night changed something in us. It's been 3 months since, and believe it or not, we still go ghost hunting. But we've never returned to that school. Not yet, anyway. Strange experiences on an old smuggler's trail. My twin sister and I were visiting my friend in the old seaside town of Troon in Scotland. The three of us went out for an evening dog walk and decided to go down the old smuggler's trail. My friend wouldn't usually go that way on her own, but as there were multiple of us, we thought it would be safe. All seemed well. It was a lovely late summer evening until it wasn't. It started off with small things, making us feel uneasy. First it was the dog, growling at nothing, getting goosebumps even though it was warm, and hearing branches snapping behind us, but there was no one there. We felt a sort of presence. Then things got weirder. My friend pointed ahead of us, asking why there was a horse on the path. My sister and I looked and saw nothing. She said it just disappeared, that it didn't run away but just vanished into thin air. We thought she was taking the piss and kept walking. She kept going on about it and how it looked like her grandmother's horse Fanny that died when she was wee. After a few minutes we all heard the unmistakable whinny of a horse that sounded like it was standing right in front of us. We actually jumped back in fright, but there was no horse to be seen. At this point we freaked out, and so did the dog, bolting away from us. We ran with her as we were just as scared. We stopped up the trail at an old abandoned church, joking maybe we'd be safe on consecrated ground, trying to make sense of what had happened. However, standing in the churchyard, a number of crows started circling us. It was like something out of a horror film. I'd never seen crows act like that. This was our final straw, and we ran off the trail to the nearest road and walked home down it. We just felt so uncomfortable, like we weren't alone. I don't know what we heard or saw, but we were pretty shaken after, and I couldn't sleep. If anyone has any ideas of what happened, let me know. My grandma's experience. When my grandma was a kid, around 13 to 14, there was an abandoned house nearby her house. She and the neighborhood kids would play there often until one of the kids saw a lady wearing a Victorian-style white dress standing at the top of the stairs. It wasn't just him, my grandma and the 6 or so kids did too. She floated down the stairs still as a statue. They fled and never went back. Apparently it was abandoned because it was bombed in World War II. She lived in a neighborhood in London that was really affected by it. She lived in Rochester, London, England, at the time, though the house has now been demolished. As I said in a comment, she's had other experiences in her life, so I think it's safe to say she's sensitive to spirits. If anyone has information on any of the houses in Rochester, London, England, please let me know. An old house. This is a tale of a place that presented itself as ghostly and or strange, though whether it was truly haunted, I don't know. When I was around 9 or 10, my parents got the idea they wanted a summer home in Wisconsin, not a cabin or cottage, but a house. As they were, at the time, in their late 40s/early 50s, I think they were looking to try on small-town life before making a commitment to retire there. While we would have remained in Chicago until I completed high school, having a getaway would have meant Mom and I spending our summers in bucolic surroundings, with Dad joining us on weekends/vacation. If everything proceeded as planned, I would leave for college around the time he retired, leaving my parents to settle permanently in Mineral Point, possibly opening a small antique store to keep themselves occupied. The place they chose for this endeavor was Mineral Point, a quaint town that once supported flourishing zinc and lead mining operations. The flavor of the place was English, due to the fact that many of the families living there were descended from miners who'd immigrated from Cornwall. My family was not English, but Mom was entranced by the local food, which included pasties, savory turnovers made from meat, potatoes, and carrots that were the original portable lunch toted by Cornish miners. The real estate agent we toured the town with showed us a wide variety of homes, among them an old farmhouse with an attached mini orchard full of apple and cherry trees, a mid-century modern ranch, and the Victorian that's the subject of this story. Built on a hill at the edge of town, the 3-story brick edifice was surrounded by drooping pines, giving it an almost sorrowful air. It also had a structural problem, evidenced by a crack running a few feet up from the foundation. Though fixable, it would be an expensive and time-consuming project, but Dad didn't care. He told Mom if she decided this was the house she wanted, he was willing to invest the money. Dreary from the outside, inside this house, time seemed to have stopped, judging by a kitchen calendar dated September 1935, this was in 1969 or 1970. While the place didn't seem suddenly abandoned, the sink was clean, everything was orderly, the family didn't seem to have taken anything with them, the Hoosier cabinet was stacked with cups and plates, and the round oak table waited to be set for dinner. I imagine there were still 35-year-old canned goods in the pantry. Dad seemed to have no opinion of this strange diorama, but I was fascinated by its preservation of an earlier era. Mom, however, was uneasy, as if sensing something the rest of us could not. In fact, she seemed on the verge of saying, no need to show us the rest, we're not interested in this house. But when Dad accepted the agent's invitation to take a tour, she seemed to have no choice but to go along. The house's claim to semi-modernity vanished as soon as we left the kitchen, since the remaining rooms were furnished with late 19th and early 20th century oak furniture. Being a collector of antiques, and dreaming of being a dealer, Dad assessed these pieces with a gleam in his eye, saying how well made and beautiful they were. This pleased the real estate agent, who in turn informed him the family was willing to negotiate the sale of most of the items. Mom rolled her eyes at this. It wasn't that she didn't like antiques, she just didn't want this house or anything associated with it. Having belonged to a family of some means, the house, of course, had maids' quarters, but they weren't on the top floor as usual. Instead, they were located in a sort of wing accessible by a separate staircase. There were 2 small bedrooms, a sitting room, and a full bath that I'm sure my parents imagined could be my space. But as I was deciding which room would hold my bed and dresser, I heard Mom shriek, "Oh, no!" followed by a door slam. Turning around, I saw Dad trying to comfort her, while the agent apologized. "I don't know how it got in, but the house has been empty quite a while. I suppose it starved." Though I didn't see for myself, I was later told it was a dead cat, discovered at the bottom of the clawfoot bathtub. So much for staging the property. Though there was still more house to explore, Mom was done. As an animal lover, the sight of the dead cat upset her, but clearly something else was bothering her, too. Telling the agent abruptly that she didn't like the place or its layout, she insisted we move on to the next property. Thus, the adults headed downstairs, while I lingered behind, having seen a photo album lying on a table. Cool, I thought, picking up the dusty volume. This probably has pictures of the family that own this place. I'll bring it along to show everybody. Back in the kitchen, the agent was still trying to push the house on Dad, saying she was sure the sellers would take a sizable cut in price to cover the cost of the foundation work, while Mom was standing off to one side, arms crossed in a way that clearly read, "I don't care if you give us this house for free, I don't want it." I walked into this scene waving the album. "Hey, look what I found," I said, plopping the book on the counter, as everyone gathered around. The first page had a cameo photo of a middle-aged man, with his name, and the words husband and father underneath, followed by 1870 to 1918. Uh-oh. I knew what that meant. But still, I continued turning pages. Over 50 years later, I still recall the pictures of cars draped with funeral bunting and female mourners enveloped in long black veils, but what stands out the most is the photo of the man whose album it was, laid out in his coffin, 4 tall candelabras surrounding it. "Jesus," Mom whispered. Then, she did the proper parental thing and explained the album was someone's funeral book, an old-fashioned way families used to memorialize a loved one. Also, it was very personal and should be put back right now, where I found it. To the agent she said, "You should give that to the sellers, I'm sure they overlooked it." And that's the story, except later I heard Mom say to Dad that the house was very wrong in many ways. If it had been empty 35 years, why hadn't it been cleaned out already? Or, if it hadn't been empty, who'd lived there, never changing the calendar or noticing an animal had gotten in and died? Was it the widow of the man whose funeral book I'd found? And if it was, why had no one noticed her inability to cope with everyday tasks and stepped in to help? From the album, it certainly seemed the family had many friends and relatives. So many questions and no answers. I sometimes wonder if that house still exists or if it was torn down, but I've never been back to Mineral Point to find out. We're pretty sure we bought a haunted abandoned iron foundry. My husband and I bought an old abandoned foundry building to start a construction company out of, but ever since we moved in and started working, there have been some eerie encounters that are hard to explain. We have been doing repairs and maintenance on everything for a few months now. There have been banging sounds, lights turning on, objects being thrown or falling from the second floor overhang, shadowy figures, a consistent face that our employees have described, doors closing, footsteps, etc. Today, my husband found it odd right from the start when he went down to work on a couple of trucks after the 4th of July fireworks yesterday and a beautiful sunny day. We also got a small 1800s house with a foundry, so he checked it out this morning, and there were at least 3 dead bats on the ground level, and he heard aggressive scratching upstairs that he assumed could be a raccoon if it had somehow gotten inside. He left the house for now and went to the foundry to find a trap. While there, he noticed several lights on that should not have power, walked around for a minute, and felt a very intense presence. There was someone watching him and almost pushing him. After getting sidetracked and forgetting about the house, he began working on one of the trucks but soon became frustrated with the lug nuts and his lack of appropriate tools, prompting him to storm into the foundry in search of what he needed. Once he got inside after his ranting and raving, He said he could hear a really loud gurgling noise coming from a back room. The light in one of the rooms was on, even though it shouldn't be, and that room has no plumbing at all. It wasn't a normal gurgle, though. He said it almost had a crackle to it, but overall he thought it sounded like someone was dying. He looked up the sound of a death rattle and said it sounded exactly like that, but it was loud enough that he heard it over his headphones. After hearing this loud, unexplainable noise, he could then feel a pressure against him like there was something staring directly at the side of his face and pushing his shoulder. He immediately left. He didn't go back to check the house or the raccoon and said he's not going back until he isn't alone because there have just been too many active encounters the last couple weeks, and we wondered if the fireworks had upset it or given it more energy. There is also massive power that runs into this building that we had shut off but noticed it is still holding a little bit of its wattage all of a sudden months later. Thanks for listening. Please share your thoughts or advice. Help me locate this place? Is there anyone who has had a similar experience? The scariest night of my life. I have a memory of being in the car late at night with my husband, driving cross-country and searching for a spot to camp. It was maybe 5 years ago. We were somewhere between Missouri and California, coming from North Carolina and having gone through Overland Park, Kansas, and Ogden, Utah, that afternoon, somewhere where there was a vast amount of flat, dry land with desert brush. Pulling off the highway and down an unmarked dirt road that seemed to go on for at least 2 to 3 miles, we came to a parking lot on our right. Some feet ahead, there was a fence marked "No Trespassing" and a sign that said "Space Observation" and showed a military logo. I don't remember which part of the military it showed, but I remember thinking it was strange to see it partnered with Space Observation, perhaps the Army or Navy? Though I was scared of getting in trouble or worse, my husband pulled into the parking lot, which was relatively small and elongated. My husband pulled to the far left of the parking lot and stopped the car. There was a fenced-off entrance with a path that looked a bit like train tracks leading past another fence and up a small slope where a small, single-story building was sitting next to a huge rocket. At the end of the parking lot directly opposite of us, a black car with shaded windows was sitting. When we pulled in, I didn't notice anyone, but after arguing about leaving with my husband for a second, I saw a man suddenly sitting in the back driver's side of the vehicle. The front door on the same side was slightly ajar, and the back door was wide open, and the guy was sitting and staring forward before he met eyes with me. He was only maybe 15 to 20 feet from us. His skin appeared an unusual pink under the street lamp glow, his cheeks were very angular and positioned higher than those of most people I've seen, and his eyes were darker and significantly larger than human eyes, though not so large that they would stand out if you quickly glanced past them in a crowd. His gaze on me sent a shockwave through my body. My heartbeat sped, my eyes watered, and I began hyperventilating and scrambling and ranting at my husband to get the F out of here, now. My husband saw the car but not the man right in front of us. He shrugged me off and proposed, seriously, that we explore. He liked to explore places that seem a little scary, as did I, but he was a conspiracy theorist with a deep distrust, a deep hate, even, of the military and government. The fact he proposed this was maybe not so out of character if there wasn't a literal person right there, but this situation meant that proposal was wildly out of character for him. I have a military family and pride myself on being a skeptic who likes to put facts where my mouth is, so you'd think my spouse would see my reaction as a huge reason to leave, as it was also out of character for me. My husband seemed not to see the man, though he was sitting directly across from us, and he tried to argue his case lightheartedly for why we should check the facility out. He began to try and get out of the car, and I grabbed him hard and began to hysterically cry and beg to leave. He laughed at how ridiculous he thought I was being. Aside from the other car and rocket, the place seemed like it was almost abandoned. Eventually he had no choice but to relent and began pulling out at what I painstakingly remember as an incredibly slow speed. As we were turning onto the dirt road, the man got out of the vehicle and stood up, keeping his eyes locked with mine almost the entire event. I remember he was wearing a white t-shirt and what looked like cargo shorts, but my memory could be slightly off by now. I have attempted to forget about this experience and have tried to rationalize it as being less significant than I initially believed. However, a friend recently shared some conspiracy theories that brought this story back to my mind. Pushing it out of my head for so long, I'm struggling to find the area we were at, turning up no good results searching bases belonging to the military tasked with space observation or research. I can't locate the long road that has a fence, the parking lot with a track-like path, and a rocket beside a small facility. I've considered it's a secret base, but I've run out of ideas to figure out where to find names of secret bases in the area. I want to find the area so I can see if anyone else had an encounter or a similar experience in the same place. It was the scariest, most rationality-defying experience I've ever had, and I still get chills and butterflies when I think about it. When my grandfather met a demon. My mom has been telling me and my siblings this story for years now, and every time she tells it, it always gives me chills. My mom was extremely young at the time, considering this was somewhere in the 80s and my mom was probably around 7 to 10, though I'm not sure, and she was living in Harris County, Texas, at the time, and her father, my grandpa, was retired Special Forces, and they were living in a neighborhood next to this house, and my mom would play in the front yard with her brother, my uncle, and she would always see this man sitting in a rocking chair on his front porch, and he would just do that every day. So my mom's father decides one day to go talk to the man and try to get to know him, and so he goes out of the house and over to the man's porch and introduces himself to the man and sits down with him, and they start chatting away, but then the man tells my mom's father that he wants to show him something, and though he's a little hesitant, he accepts, and so they walk into the man's house and into the basement, but my mom's father noticed how the house looked abandoned and run down, but he didn't really mind it. So they continue down into the basement, and in the middle of the room is a table with a plate in the center with chicken legs on it, and the man tells him to sit, and they both start eating, and after a few minutes they get done and put the legs on the plate, but then the man says, "Do you want to see something cool?" And my mom's father is hesitant, but again he accepts, and then the man begins to put his hand over the plate and starts waving it around over it. The bones start to levitate and almost dance, and the man says, "If you want this power, you must sell your soul to the devil." And as soon as my mom's dad heard that, he ran as fast as he could out of the house, and after that day, the man disappeared, and so my mom's father decided to investigate, and he went back to the basement. And he found a pentagram engraved on the floor, but the house was completely abandoned, and he asked the neighbors if anyone had lived there, but they all said that no one had been living there and that it had been abandoned for years, and thereafter, my mom's father never stepped foot near the house again. Strange encounter on a Toronto beach. I haven't really talked about this online, though my wife, then girlfriend, loves to share this story with anyone who'll listen. Years ago, when we first met, my wife and I shared a love of photography and exploration. We called it ghost hunting, but it was more akin to visiting abandoned locations and taking photographs. I used a 35mm camera with Ilford HP5 Plus film, and she used a Canon Rebel digital camera. We'd often scout locations online with plans to visit them and get some pics for our library. This time, it was an old abandoned fuel refinery/storage depot just off of a beach overlooking Lake Ontario. It would be tricky getting into the old refinery itself from the front, and so I used Google Maps to see if there was any other way we could get in. It looked like a wall was blocking most of our way in except for a small section just off the beach that had only a chain link fence. The beach itself looked extremely disheveled, like it had seen little use, so we hoped this would give us the privacy we needed to sneak in. I mean, sneaking into abandoned industrial structures isn't exactly legal, and we didn't want anyone calling the cops on us. So, we packed our gear and headed out on our excursion. We had a hard time finding the entrance to the beach parking lot but found it was blocked only by a loose chain that lay on the ground, half buried in the dirt, as if someone had removed it long ago and just left it there. As we pulled into the parking area, there were no cars, except for ours, which we noticed immediately. As we pull in and I park, my wife points and says, "There are people here." I look up and see several dozen people, all along the shoreline, and all staring out at the water at literally nothing. No ships, no planes, and no boats of any kind. They're all just staring blankly. There was nothing particularly interesting about these people. They were all different age groups, from young adults to elderly, though there were no children, and all were dressed as you'd expect people to dress. It was a warm sunny day, and though some were in shorts, I found it odd that others were in long pants with jackets. It was far too warm for a jacket. What really struck me, though, was the confusion of how they got there. No cars, no bikes, nothing, and no place to park up on the street for at least a few kilometers. No houses nearby either, so locals? Maybe, but from where? Anyway, they're pretty much ignoring us as we sit in the car, contemplating whether to call the whole thing off, partially because of our need for privacy and partly because of how weird it was feeling. After a few minutes of deliberation, we decide to continue on with the plan, thinking that whatever they're doing, they're not interested in us. So we get out of the car, grabbing our cameras. No sooner do we close and lock our doors than every head turns to look at us. I mean every one of them, and there are a couple dozen of them. Still facing the water, but their heads turned to look in our direction. We froze for a second, looked at each other, and just completely weirded out. It felt like a long time but was probably only a minute or so when they all just turned back to face the water, ignoring us again. At this point, we got together and, in whispers, were discussing what to do. All the while, we were watching these people who completely ignored us. Finally, after some back and forth, we decided to press on. Honestly, we'd been to some far sketchier places in the past, though this was a new one. We walked along the beach to the section of wall where the fence was and found a gap to enter. This is when I noticed they were looking at us again, every one of them. We paused and hesitated to enter. After a few minutes, they again turned away. So, trying to be sneaky, we ducked behind the wall to the fence. From where we were, I couldn't see all of them, but the half dozen or so I did see had turned their heads toward us. Not moving their bodies, just their heads. It just seemed that, every time we moved, that's when they would look at us. We were committed and decided to get in, take our pics quickly, and then get out. The time we spent in the refinery couldn't have been longer than 15 minutes. We'd planned for an hour or more originally, but the strangeness being what it was, we knew this had to be a short one. As we climbed back through the gap in the fence, the first thing that caught me was that there was nobody in sight. I stopped my wife and told her this as we hesitated before passing the wall. We looked out slowly, trying not to call attention to ourselves. As we passed the wall, the entire beach was in view. Not a freaking person there. Nobody. Even stranger, it looked like nobody had ever been there, at least for a long time. Now I didn't make any close inspection of the area, but the sand looked undisturbed. There were footprints but not enough for several dozen people, and they didn't look new. You know how a beach's sand can look dry on the surface, but if you kick into it, darker wet sand underneath shows? There was none of that. Just a few small dunes of dry blown sand. It was eerie as hell. The only noise was the distant cars on the road. After this, we hurried back to our car. Not running really, but definitely not taking time to enjoy a day at the beach, not that there was much to enjoy there. We will never forget that place and how truly freaky it was. Something's in the attic. From the ages of birth to 21, I've moved a lot inside a tiny area of a tiny state. Living in Delaware is pretty old, with a plethora of old abandoned farmhouses and such. So from the age of 2 to maybe 6, we lived in this very old farmhouse. It was my grandparents, my mom, my uncle, and me. My mom had me young, and my uncle was still in high school, so he wasn't really around. My mom worked a lot, and so did my grandfather. So in turn it was just me and my grandma a lot, part of how I became the favorite. But even being so young and having a terrible memory, I remember everything creepy that happened. My grandmother believes me because she was present during the incident, but I suspect she prefers to act as though it did not occur. I'll start with what I remember first. The house itself was a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom with an unfinished attic. They turned the porch into another bedroom for my uncle. And my mom and I shared a room. The attic was strange. There was a door in the living room that looked like a closet but was stairs that led to it. It's a door we never opened because it was unfinished. My grandfather is a carpenter, so he decided one day to finish it and make me my own bedroom. The space was big enough to fit 2 very large rooms. I remember being so young but having a strong feeling like it was a terrible idea. One day, for whatever reason, I decided to go take a look at his progress. Spoiler alert, it was never finished. There were about 2 steps before the path turned straight up, and as I walked up, I could see dust floating in the air through the light coming from the windows, imagining how the ghost looked in Casper. Translucent with a blue kind of glow, that's what I saw when I reached the top, and it went through me like a gust of wind. I have no memory of what happened afterward. My next memory, I'm sitting on my mom's bed playing by myself, and I had this wicker 3-drawer nightstand that was at the end of the bed facing me. When for no reason the middle drawer opens. It was enough force that I could hear it thud when it reached the end of the rolly things. I looked up really nonchalant. I felt scared, but I didn't know why. My 5-year-old brain was like, that's weird, and I just got up and left. Things after that got kind of disturbing. Okay, so the attic door was at the back of the house, but the light switch was outside the kitchen across the living room from the door. I'd why? One night it's just my grandma and I. She's in the kitchen at the table with papers doing something, and I'm in the living room playing, and I see the light under the attic door flashing. Then I hear the light switch flicking. It's old, so it makes a loud thud. I look over, and I see it moving all on its own. After a few minutes of it going, I call my grandma, and she gets up and looks at it like, dude, WTF. She calls to come into the kitchen, so I have to walk past this possessed light switch, and then we just leave. It was late at night, and I do not recall what we did or where we went. The last crazy event I remember from living there occurred on another night when my grandma and I were alone, and for some reason, I felt an overwhelming urge for us to leave immediately. Until that moment, I had never felt threatened or creeped out while living there. But I looked at my grandma. I was crying and throwing a fit, telling her we have to get out, we have to leave. We can't stay here. She kept asking why, and I didn't have a reason. I just said we have to go. I don't know if she sensed it too or if having a 5-year-old have a full-on panic attack that the house was going to get them if they didn't leave freaked her out, but out the door we went. Right as we shut the door, my mom gets out of her car, and it was probably like 11 to 12 at night. And she was like, "Where are you guys going?" But as soon as we were outside, I felt so relieved. And once again I don't remember how the night ended. So, those are my creepy childhood memories. That house sat abandoned for years after we moved out, and only in the past 5 years did they finally tear it down. I was sad to see it go. Weird walking woman. When I was living in Vancouver a couple of years ago, I was walking to a friend's place downtown one night. It was about 8 p.m., so it was darker outside, the streetlights were on. I turned down their street, it was in the quieter end of downtown, all housing down that street. In the distance I could see a woman walking toward me on the sidewalk very slowly. As I got closer, I noticed that after each step, she stopped. By the time I approached her, I saw her pattern. 1 step, stop for 2 seconds. Step again, stop for 2 seconds. As I passed her on the sidewalk, she did not seem to notice me. I continued on, stopping back to look, and she continued on in this fashion. It's important to note she did not look high or drunk, she was wearing nicer clothes and seemed to be dressed for the cooler evening. I arrived at my friend's house, who was outside having a smoke, and I explained to them what I saw. She wanted to see for herself and make sure the woman was okay, so we walked back up, and the woman was traipsing along in her slow, meditative pattern. My friend approached her and asked her if she was all right. No response, she did not acknowledge my friend in any way. Again she asked if we could help her at all, still nothing, as she continued her steps and stared straight ahead. My friend thought this woman was having some sort of episode and decided we should call the police. I was hesitant, this woman to me was just doing a sort of meditation, perhaps? But we called anyway. We were a bit concerned for her safety, as she was even crossing streets without looking or stopping. A policeman showed up and also tried to speak to the woman, she continued staring forward as if we were not there. The policeman even stepped in front of her, she simply turned slightly to go around. The officer said because she is not harming herself or others, there is not much he could do. My friend and I decided to just go home. I still wonder about her. Was this a form of meditation? Performance art? Did she receive devastating news, and was this her way to cope? How far did she go? Is she still going? Is she okay? If anyone has any theories or has ever heard of a process like this, please let me know. Got chased by Satan worshippers as a kid. Got chased by a satanic cult once when I was a teenager running around at 2 a.m. with my friend. And have run across ritual locations where whatever they summon wanted an offering from me. Way out in the Sierras. Had bit of background. I grew up on a hill that was approximately 300 feet tall. To the east of Silicon Valley. Could see the valley looking west and a large lake looking east. There were no roads or any other infrastructure leading to Highway 5. A rich dude purchased land for a golf course and country club. This was about 1/4 mile from my home. It was one of the kinds with tennis courts, golfing, several pools, and a hot tub. 5 round yurt-type buildings with different functions. Weightlifting, aerobics, party spots, etc. Then there was a maybe 10K foot building down a bit further past the last swimming pool. Wedding events, whatever. We at a certain point began calling it Motel Hell. This was when I was around 5. We went there a lot. At some point the developer decided to abandon it. Pools turned green and then dried up. We were in our early teenage years at this point. Running about toilet papering neighbors running about in the middle of the night as we were invincible. Shooting flare guns at cops, etc. Doing things that would get you thrown in jail as a terrorist these days. Sad how that has changed. We had seen the ritual drawings and such in the various locations around the place. Learned about some of them from the library. When we would go into the 10K foot party location, there would be large drawings on the floor, walls, etc. We would all notice that even if it was 100 degrees outside, it would be cold, almost to the point of seeing your breath. We knew people were there at night because our bus stop was in the parking lot. And we would spend mornings breaking the many hundreds of bottles left sitting around by the older teenagers at night. My friend's house was just over from the driving range. He moved in and could see invisible writing on his walls at certain times of the day. The invisible ink created a ritual space for magic, but it was associated with negative practices. He had some difficult times. I witnessed much weird shit. Anyway, we were out running around at about 2 a.m. one Friday. We could see lights in the club. And decided to sneak up and around through the golf course from the back. There were more bushes and trees. We crept up and got into earshot and sight. Saw them performing a ritual. After a few minutes observing them, one suddenly turned in his robes and pointed out into the dark toward us. Not sure what he said. They all sprinted out into the dark towards us. Not like they could catch us. But they tried for a good hour. They did not realize that we were hiding right next to them, under bushes and in trees. Sprinting from hiding spot to hiding spot sporadically as they combed the golf course for us. These are some of the strange stories that have unfolded in my life thus far. Okay, so this story spanned across many years. Some of them might not be connected, but I found similarities between them. I can't remember my age during this. So the first incident was when I was around 5, I can't remember. I was playing with a red ball in my backyard when I heard a woman scream inside the house behind us, followed by a man shouting. Subsequently, there was a loud bang, and then silence. I was frightened, so I went back inside. When I was around 8 years old, I was trying to sleep when I heard papers fall from a cupboard onto the floor. I picked them up and put them back, but they fell again. After turning off my fan, I placed them back once more and lay in bed, only for them to fall again. Confused, I hesitated before grabbing the papers, but then I heard a strange noise outside. Peeking out the window, I saw a tall human-shaped figure at the front gate. When I turned on the lights and looked out again, it had disappeared. Young me thought it was a monster, so I hid under my covers. In incident number 3, I was 12 or 11. The house from the first incident was abandoned, so my friend and I decided to explore it. We gained access to the property by passing through a hole beneath a barbed wire fence. The origin of the hole is unclear. It was oddly large enough for an adult to pass through, and we discovered various miscellaneous items nearby, primarily pacifiers. Weird, right? The place contained various items, including new furniture still wrapped, a canoe lying on the lawn, smashed cameras, and burned photos, which I kept until my mom threw them out. Among the burned items was a number that was also discarded before I could call it. We visited this place multiple times, and on the 4th visit, my friend and I saw my sister wearing a black and white striped shirt. However, when we went downstairs, she was no longer there, and when we eventually found her, she was wearing entirely different clothes. On the same day as the previous incident, my friend experienced a similar occurrence, so I want to mention it. I woke up to scratching at my window. I thought it was my cat, but when I looked at the window, I saw a tall man looking at me illuminated by a strange blue light. I screamed and ran to my parents, waking them up. My dad left to look for them, and I cried sitting on their bed. As I looked up, I saw the figure passing the window to the backyard. I screamed and cried. Okay, so I was definitely 12. We gathered a small group of kids, crawled under the fence, and found 6 to 7 elders sitting in a circle around unwrapped furniture. I tried to leave instantly. One of the people with me was my next door neighbor. Saeed claimed that I stayed and did not attempt to leave. Although we all remembered the event differently, everyone else had the elders with them. I'm 13, so it was relatively recent. Other minor events occurred, but I have nothing further to contribute at this time. Diary of a Ghost Hunter. There are many places in El Paso, Texas, that have stories of paranormal activity. History in El Paso has stories from the legendary Pacho Villa and Billy the Kid. But growing up in El Chuco or the 915 has its share of legends and tales. The many famous locations that are known here in El Paso, Texas, are Concordia Cemetery, El Paso High, Plaza Theater, and many more. One location not many people know about is Southwestern General Hospital, located near Cotton Road. In 2009, I was interested in the paranormal due to the fact that I had many paranormal experiences growing up. I found a website that held ghost tours at the old Southwestern General Hospital. I was excited and ready to go on a ghost hunt. The group that held the ghost tour was named Ghost, or Ghost Hunters of South Texas. The group was professional, and they used many of the items that paranormal researchers used at the time. Before the tour they showed us proof that they have captured while investigating the property. EVPs included a little boy saying, "Play with me, please," and a woman with a southern accent responding to questions. The woman is said to be a nurse seen on the 4th floor by security guards. The woman is said to be seen dressed in old-time nurse attire. After the tour the group said they were having openings for new members. And the new members would be tested and would be considered for maybe being a part of the new team. I was quick to join and try out. I made the team. The team would have private group ghost hunts, so we had the building to ourselves. The 3rd floor was used as a hospice type of area. The building has 4 floors. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th floors were left abandoned and looked like a scene out of a horror movie. Hospital beds lay in rooms dusty and unused. Many papers and nurse logs lay on the desks and had dates from 1995. I even found a death log that had names and dates. The most active areas were the 4th floor and the 2nd floor. The 4th floor had a baby nursery and many rooms that were once used for families that would welcome new babies. One EVP that was caught in that area was that of a crying baby. At the time that the EVP was caught, there were no babies in the building, and it was after 12 midnight when it was caught. Also, on the 4th floor there was a long hallway with empty patient rooms. In that hallway shadows were always seen running or moving. The 2nd floor had old surgery rooms with no windows. Video evidence of a man screaming was caught in this area. Also, many shadow figures were seen in this area. When doing research on deaths in the building, it came up that a nurse was crushed to death when a malfunction with the elevator happened years ago. During the time I was a part of this group, we investigated this building many times. I also led ghost tours in the building with other members. I witnessed shadows, disembodied voices, and screams, and one time I heard a female humming a song only to find that room empty and dark. Videos of doors opening on their own with no wind or people in the building. Also, the 3rd floor had employees that would see things and hear things. Patients also complained of a kid running in their room or a man standing over their bed just looking at them, only to disappear. Over the years I gained experience and loved what I did. As a group we investigated many places such as schools, homes, and cemeteries in El Paso. We also got to investigate the old Asarco smelter before it was demolished several years later. I got to ghost hunt with people from Ghost Hunters and Ghost Hunters International. I met many celebrities, and the group had them take their own personal ghost tours. It was fun, and I grew a thick skin for being scared of anything that goes bump in the dark. One of my favorite places to investigate was Southwestern General Hospital. I never believed in being followed home. One night after investigating, I was at my apartment eating on my couch and watching TV. I had my hallway light on near the front door that was visible from where I was sitting. All of a sudden, from the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow of a person on the wall near the door. I turned and saw the shadow in full form. It was about 6 feet tall and all black. Then 1 second later the shadow moved as if running down my hallway to my bedroom. I froze in horror, thinking somebody was in my apartment. I got up and walked to my bedroom. Nobody was there. I searched the whole house. Then I thought to myself, maybe I'm going crazy? I soon went to bed a few minutes later. It was about 3:20 a.m. when I felt my bed shake. I woke up to my sheets being pulled off of me very slowly. I tried to move, and I couldn't. My sheets slid very slowly off me towards the floor. I couldn't move, and I started to hear growling in my right ear. From the corner of my eye I could see something moving near my head on the right of me. It was on my pillow. I could only see from the peripheral vision that it had hair. It was hairy and brown. If I can compare it to something, I would say Chewbacca from Star Wars type hair. It was moving, and the growling continued. I tried to move my arm and could only move my fingers. My eyes started to water up with tears. The blanket was still being pulled off me little by little until it hit the floor and I was no longer covered by my sheet. I felt the hairy thing moving right next to me, and the growling grew louder. Then all of a sudden, I was able to sit up. I turned and looked to see what was next to me. The hairy thing was gone, but I could see the imprint of where it sat on the pillow next to me. It was the size of a full-grown cat. Then I looked around the room to gather my sanity. My sheet was on the floor, and my eyes were still watery. I asked myself, is that sleep paralysis? I found it hard to sleep that night due to the fact that I lived alone in that apartment. The next day I had a girl over to my apartment that I was seeing from school. I was playing PlayStation, and she asked if she could take a nap in my bed. I said yes. She went to my bed and fell asleep. 20 minutes later she came back to my living room crying. She said, I have to leave now. I asked her what had happened, and what she said shocked me. She said that something shook the bed and woke her up. She couldn't move, and that's when the growling started in her ear. Then the bed went down as if somebody lay down next to her. She tried to scream for me and couldn't. Then she felt as if somebody was breathing on her neck as the growling grew louder. She said it lasted about 2 minutes, and she was finally able to move. Once she was able to move, she ran to me in the living room. After she explained what happened, she grabbed her stuff and left out my door. I didn't tell her what had happened to me the night before. But for the same thing to happen to her was enough proof that something wasn't right. I couldn't explain what was happening. The first thing that came to mind was that something followed me home. After a few days all the activity stopped. Only when I would go on investigations would I see shadows in my apartment, and then they would just go away. I loved what I did, and the only time I feared the paranormal was this moment. I no longer ghost hunt, and the group no longer gets together. Southwest General Hospital was purchased and is now remodeled and in use. I can only imagine what the employees of ULTAC go through by being in that building. Every now and then I drive down Cotton and pass the building. If you are ever in El Paso after stopping at Chico's Tacos, be sure and pass by the old building by the Star on the Mountain formerly known as Southwest General Hospital. Life between the unseen world, from my story. A few months ago, I went to Ipoh, Malaysia, my hometown, to attend my friend's sister's wedding and brought my niece along. Everything was fine at first, nothing unusual happened until we passed by a certain building that's been known for its ghost story for over 40 years. The story goes that a pregnant woman died in a tragic accident there. She was hit by a bus while walking on the pedestrian path, and the impact was so strong it pushed her into one of the shop houses. She died on the spot. Before she died, she cursed the place, saying she would haunt it forever. The shop has been notorious for its hauntings ever since. Many shop owners came and went, but none of their businesses survived. Eventually, the place was left abandoned. People believe it's because of her curse. In 2010, one of the shop owners invited a Taoist priest to deal with the spirit. According to what they said, she requested that the shop be renovated into 3 levels. Originally, it had only 2. She intended to stay on the 3rd level with her unborn son. She also asked for a specific ancient Chinese item, one used for slowly rolling and pushing out gold, which symbolically might have meant prosperity or peace. Additionally, she requested continuous chanting of sutras 24 hours a day. The owner fulfilled all her requests, hoping she wouldn't interfere with the business anymore. At first, it seemed to work. My sister reported that the shop's business remained relatively unaffected. But in 2014 or 2015, another tragedy occurred. Opposite the haunted shop, there was a piano shop. The owner had a young son. One rainy afternoon, the boy suddenly fell into a drain near the haunted shop. Strangely, no one saw how he fell. The drain wasn't massive or deep, yet he drowned. After the rain stopped, they found his body not far from the shop. People said the ghost's child wanted someone to play with him, so the spirit caused the tragedy to happen. After that, the haunted shop changed owners again, but no one could run a successful business there. Eventually, it was abandoned again, and no one dared to rent it after the mysterious incident. Despite my uneasiness upon hearing the story, I was safe until I got back to Singapore. After I got back, the piano shop owner's son's spirit came to find me. He wanted to reincarnate and needed good merit to do so. Because I often do charity and volunteer work, one of the masters told me that I had accumulated many good deeds, enough for him to use for his reincarnation. I was very surprised when I heard this. Of course, I didn't give all my merits to him, but I promised to chant a sutra for him every morning. He agreed. I've forgotten how many times or how long I chanted for him, but every morning I recited the Heart Sutra. About a year later, he came to me in a dream and said goodbye. He told me he had gathered enough good merit and was ready to reincarnate. After that morning, I never saw him again. The lady ghost, however, never reincarnated. She still haunts the shop along with her son. That shop remained empty until today and is still said to be haunted. I keep being lured by something in a local abandoned church. In my local area, there is a church that has been abandoned and left to rot. I have been inside it once, years ago, and it left me with reoccurring surrealist nightmares about being trapped in it with a vicious, obviously hostile force. These nightmares almost always end with my death before waking, typically by throwing myself from the steeple. I usually wake either just before that moment or right as the force physically contacts me. Since then, any time I have walked past it, I can feel something within it watching me, and more recently, any time I have been standing just beyond its fencing, I can feel whatever it is beckoning me closer. It's hard to describe. It had been fine until today, when I stood beyond the fence for around 15 to 20 minutes before stalking around the property looking for a way in, almost as if compelled to get inside it. Even now, I find myself looking to the corner on the wall of my home, a distance away from it, and I have figured out that the corner I am looking at is essentially at the abandoned church. I just wanted to share that thought. I'm unsure if anyone can offer advice or conclusions without knowing the specifics of the church and its location. Not sure if this is the right place for it though, or the right flair. I probably shouldn't give the specific church and location because it might narrow me down too. All I can say is it's not that old compared to most churches in Britain, only around 100 years old. It is disused and boarded up with metal fencing keeping the general public away. The graveyard was removed approximately 3 years ago. Wildest night of drinking ever. I'm writing this story down on behalf of my fiancé. He had previously shared this story with me in fragments, but tonight, we reconnected, and he recounted the story in its entirety. My fiancé is not the type of person to make anything up and has no reason to lie. That's why I'm telling this story out of both anxiety and excitement. Everything in quotes I will say as if he were telling it to you, in the order he told it to me. My cousin and I were out drinking and riding around, with him driving, in a county bordering ours. We weren't extremely familiar with the county but had been through it before several times and have family there. I was about 19, and my cousin, PJ, was about 20. Nothing was out of the ordinary about the night, as we liked to drink and ride around back roads. Out of nowhere we had to piss and ended up coming upon this old country store. Here in Virginia, in a lot of places, it's not unusual for a common country store to look super old. The store looked very old-fashioned but was neat and tidied up. We decided to stop here to piss around the side of the store building. In Virginia, it was around 9 p.m., close to sunset. We noticed the store looked like it was being closed up for the night, but the strange thing is there were a few people and a couple of kids there, but they were dressed differently. The adults were sitting on a little porch with a swing on it at the store. They looked like they were dressed from the 20s, but we paid literally no mind to it. There were old-style gas pumps there, and the store had a screen door as the entrance. We came across this man out by the pumps. He looked like he was in his late 20s and was dressed nicely. He wore a top hat with dark parted hair underneath, dark red suspenders, dress shoes, and a dress shirt with a tie. He reminded me of someone from the Italian mob. He was around 6 feet tall, quiet but very friendly, and a built dude. He was there to close up the store for the night and check things out before doing so. We had small talk, being drunk and friendly, and he said he had plans of drinking once he was finished. We told him to join us and ride around some back roads and drink. He agreed, and we got in the car. He was drinking some sort of wine and told us which roads he wanted us to take him riding on. We didn't know these roads whatsoever, we were just following his lead. We even sipped the wine with him, which I have never tasted again due to its distinct flavor. We were all buzzed and talkative. The young man told us about how his family owned the store and he worked there as well. He said the store was passed down through the generations of his family. This man was really cool but gentle in nature and spoke very highly of his family. About 5 or 6 hours of this passed. We had a great time hanging out. He was grateful that we asked him to ride with us because he was hiding his drinking from his family. He didn't want them to worry about him and seemed like a proud Italian man, a very respectable guy. He said other things, and since we were drinking, we can't remember everything, how it usually is, nothing out of the ordinary, yet it seemed like he was in a sort of bad place in life and wanted better for himself and his family. After telling us that, his mood seemed to change, like he was starting to feel down, and he told us to take him back to the same store, but we took a totally different route, still following the directions that he gave us. We intended to get more gas at the store since we were almost empty from cruising the back roads all night. Once we arrived at the store, he told us he was going to unlock the store so we could go inside. He exited the car, and we heard the back door shut. Immediately after that, we surveyed the store and found it in a completely run-down state. Grass was growing far too tall around it, windows were broken, and it looked like it had been abandoned for a very long time. The man was nowhere in sight, and the gas pumps were broken and rusted. A brown paper bag that we had seen the young man with was even still in the back seat. We both freaked the hell out and had no idea what had happened or how we were going to make it home. It was around 3 or 4 a.m., and we didn't know what to do or think. Everything about the situation seemed so normal until this point. We didn't know where we were because we were just riding random roads but decided to try to find a gas station nearby. We found a gas station, and to this day, the experience still freaks me out. I told my mom about it, and she said she thinks she knows what store I'm talking about, and it had been closed since the 70s. My cousin freaked out about it so badly for so long that he was almost committed by his family. He couldn't sleep, eat, or function at all. I was and still am freaked out about it but just have no explanation for it. As my fiancé was telling me this story, I interrogated him. I kept asking him what the roads looked like, what exactly the man looked like, what he wore, etc. While asking him, I kept pulling up Googled photos on my laptop of the top hat and suspender fashion decade, which led me to searches like 1920s country stores and 1920s roads. I had a few questions, but he answered them all to where it made perfect sense. I came across this photo of an old country store before I found out he didn't actually enter it and asked him if this is what the inside looked like. He was shocked as soon as he saw the photo because of the man standing in it. He felt cold chills all over his body and asked me to look at them. He was genuinely freaked out. He said, "That's the guy, I'm sure of it." The young man in the photo perfectly fit how he described this man in the story too. I clicked on the photo, and it was about a section of a fruit packing company in California. The website stated the business had been family owned and passed down the generations, just as my fiancé had said the young man told him about his store. The dates in the website about a section matched up, even with this young man's assumed age, which would have been around 27. His name was Alex, but, if we search online, we can't find anything except for that small bit about him on the website. You guys, please let me know what you think happened. He was pretty damn buzzed that night, he told me, but not super drunk. He didn't hallucinate this, and his cousin was there for it all too. To this day no one can bring up the event to his cousin PJ, because he will literally lose his mind over it. I want to hear what you guys think this could have been. I feel like I'm going insane. So I know this sounds ducking ridiculous, but I think I met a vampire. Anyway, for backstory, I live in a northern state where there are a ton of old houses and cemeteries. My girlfriends and I heard that one of the old houses a few miles away was supposed to be haunted. We didn't usually care about this kind of thing, but after watching some creepy movies, we were all kind of wired. We decided to drive there, and it was around 9 p.m. So we get to the house, and it's old, but not like falling apart. It definitely looked abandoned, though. So as we are listening to music and talking about how creepy the house is, my friend claims she saw a light in the top window. So we all looked up there and waited, and sure enough, it looked like someone holding a candle walked by the window. So at this point we are scared and curious at the same time. Well, we drive away as quickly as possible. When we get back to my friend's house, we are all shaken and talking about how weird it was. Now I know this isn't really a lot, especially compared to what you guys have probably seen, but we were freaking out. So a few hours later I decide it's time for me to get home, but when I look out the window I see a tall man standing in the street. He was pretty much right at the driveway, and he was wearing a knee-length coat, kind of like a pea coat from what I could see, but it was really dark. So I start screaming and tell my friends about him, and when we go back to the window, he's gone. So I convince myself it's nothing and get the lady balls to get in my car and go. On the way home nothing really happened, and I had the music blasting so I could keep my mind off it. When I made it home, I ran to the shower. While I was showering, I heard a ducking knock on my door. I threw on a towel and a robe for good measure and ran to the door. Honestly, at this point, the strange man didn't cross my mind. I thought I'd left something at my friend's house and they were bringing it back. That's why I didn't put much on and why I even answered in the first place. So I swing the door open expecting my friend, but it's the ducking guy from earlier. I couldn't make out his face before, but I knew the coat was the same. So now I'm looking at the guy face to face, and he's looking back, and I'm ducking shaking. I thought I was going to get kidnapped or something, so I started to close the door so I could call the police. He didn't try to stop me from shutting the door, so I just cracked it and asked what he needed. He asked if he could come in to use my phone. I was not about to let this freak into my house, so I offered to let him use my cell phone. He started saying that he didn't know how to use a cell phone and kept asking if he could come in. I told him no and slammed the door in his face, so now I'm shaking, but he really didn't show any aggression at all. He didn't try to stop me or break in. So I'm kind of relieved that it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I grab my phone and start to call the police, but when I checked the window, he was completely gone. Now keep in mind there were about 15 seconds between me shutting the door, getting my phone out of my pocket, and checking the window. There was no car or bike or anything that he could have taken. He was just there, and the only thing behind the house I live in is more of my own property, so he would have had to have been in my tiny backyard or something. So I told a few friends about it, but not all because I don't want to look crazy. They all said they never saw a guy like that in the street or anything, but they did see the candlelight in the window. One of my guy friends made jokes about it being a vampire, which seemed dumb as hell, but the more I thought about it, the more it started fitting together. Anyway, I don't really know how else to explain it. He had a really odd vibe that he was putting off. Like, I didn't feel threatened, just uncomfortable, and he was really pale. I don't know, someone please help me believe it's just an odd coincidence or explain how he just vanished into thin air twice in one night. Not to mention how he made it to my friend's house as quickly as we did, but he had no car, and he made it to my house, which is like a 15-minute drive in a car, as quickly as I did. I just don't want to feel this crazy anymore. The time I and a few friends saw a ghost at an abandoned Catholic school. Okay, one day I and a few friends, there were 6 of us, broke into an abandoned school that got shot up in 2008. Well, I and my best friend, Matt, went upstairs and left everyone else downstairs, and we heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the next door room, so we went to check it out, and we both saw a tall man dressed in all black without a face walk through the wall. We ran downstairs to the room where everyone else had been, but when we arrived, they were missing, so we ran outside to search for them. We couldn't find them, so we went back inside to the room they were in. This part scared me the most. They were all in the room, and we checked that room 6 times, and they weren't there, so we told them what we saw, so we all left but came back the next day, but there were 5 of us this time. Well, my best friend Matt and a kid named Atreyu went into this crawl space in the basement. My girlfriend, our friend Clay, and I were waiting for them outside of the crawl space. Well, my girlfriend and I both saw the same guy from before, but this time he had blood dripping down his hand. We both froze, and when our other friend turned around, he was gone. We were all terrified. Well, we left, and we never went back, it was too much for us. But later that month, we found out that someone had tried to go in, and our town police department set traps. The traps contained gunpowder and small pieces of metal, and when a man stepped on one, it blew off half of his leg. I called my best friend Matt because we had stopped believing we were seeing a ghost due to the mold growing in the area, and I told him that if those traps were set, they must be trying to keep people away from what we witnessed. Shadow figure in abandoned prison. To give context, I'm from a small town in Georgia named Milledgeville, and one of two things. You either don't know the town or you do. And if you have heard of the town, it's probably because of Ben Roethlisberger or because of Central State Hospital, also known as Georgia State Sanatorium or Milledgeville State Hospital. By the 1960s, Central State was known as the largest mental hospital in the world, with some 200 plus buildings on the campus. You could almost equate it to a military base, where it was basically self-sufficient. It had its post office, kitchens, nursing homes, several prisons, and police and fire departments. The campus had been closed since 2010, with just a few of the buildings being operational for the Department of Corrections Training Division and the Probation and Parole Office, which just closed in 2024. One night, a fire broke out in the men's state prison, a prison that had been inactive since 2011. Being a volunteer firefighter at the time and not knowing when I would have another chance to legally be inside one of the prisons, I responded. I was part of one of the first crews to make an initial fire attack on the fire room. It's been since 2019, and the layout of the place where we made entry is a little fuzzy, so bear with me. We made entry through a maintenance room, left onto a long corridor, and went approximately 30 to 40 feet down the hallway, which then opened up into another corridor, both left and right, with rooms on both sides of the hallway. Visibility was limited due to fire and smoke, and it was about midnight. We found the fire room and were able to extinguish most of the fire before having to swap out with another crew because we were running low on air. Using flashlights, we were able to see down the hallway that opened up both ways, and nothing peculiar or out of the normal was there. Even without flashlights, I could kind of make some things out. After the second crew exited, another firefighter and I re-entered as a mop-up crew because our 2 previous attacks had nearly extinguished the fire. My partner grabbed a flashlight, so I followed him while we both followed the hose line, even though I hadn't thought to take one myself. Still inside the fire room were one of our investigators, a full-timer, a rookie who went through the same class as me, and myself. Since the guy I went in with on this second pass didn't get to play, as we called it, I let him be the nozzle man, and I fed him hose from the hallway that opened up to the left and right. It was him and the other 2 firefighters that I mentioned above in the actual fire room. This is where it gets creepy. While I was feeding the firefighters the hose, I looked down the hallway and saw a shadowy figure standing about 60 to 70 feet away, possibly more. I'm not great with distance at times. The figure was about 7 to 8 feet tall, skinny, and had red eyes. How I could tell it was a shadow figure was yes, I didn't have a flashlight, and yes, it was dark looking down the hallway, but this figure was darker than anything around it. Weren't they the people that set the stuff in the prison on fire, because they were the idiots that showed up to the station in person and reported the fire? Since the prison had been closed since 2011, no electrical systems were operational, meaning that no red lights would have been illuminated. I probably stared at it for what felt like an eternity, but it was likely only a minute to a minute and a half before the nozzle man instructed us to back out. I looked at him, acknowledged that I heard him, and repeated backing out, and before I knew it, I looked back down the hallway, and the figure was gone. Of course, being the only one in the hallway at the time, I was the only one that saw this figure. After this happened, I kept it to myself because I didn't want someone to think I was crazy or make excuses as to what I saw. One day, I was visiting with one of my friends at the outlier station several months later and was just having casual conversations. She had been stationed at the fire station in that district and had just been talking. I'm not sure why I decided to ask her, but I inquired if she had experienced anything unusual while working there. Of course she says, well, it's Central State, if you haven't, then you really haven't been out there. I began to recount the events of that night, and when I mentioned possibly seeing a shadow figure, she interrupted me and accurately described what I had seen. 7 to 8 feet, skinny, glowing red eyes. I almost froze cold. Here is the intriguing thing, though. I saw this figure in an abandoned prison after midnight. She saw this same exact figure in another building, come to find out, on the opposite side of the campus in broad daylight while she was doing pre-fire plans. I try not to think about it, but it's hard to forget seeing and experiencing something like that. So I guess the moral of the story is, if you go to any of the buildings on Central State grounds, which I don't recommend due to the deteriorating conditions of the buildings and asbestos, and you will get arrested for trespassing, just know there might be a shadowy figure waiting to make his presence known to you. But I would also like to know what y'all think this spirit, figure, or entity, whatever you would like to call it, could be? It seems that this entity does not linger in just one specific building. A story from my teenage years. I feel I need to get it off my chest. A lake, an abandoned housing complex, and cults. I'm now 26 years old. And these occurrences still bother me to this day. Recently I brought them up with some of the friends involved, and I raised it in a discussion, and everyone went silent, and we agreed to never talk about it again. I will just refer to myself by B and my friends' names by their first initials. Before I start, I need to give some background information. It's important to understand the kind of place these experiences happened in and around, along with the time period, the ages we were at the time, and the kind of homes we came from. It all started when I was about 14 or 15 and continued until I was about 18, with one significant happening somewhat recently. Growing up, I lived in a small town, a town small enough that we had nothing better to do than ride our BMX bikes, or dirt bikes, if you were one of the lucky ones. My mom was a raging alcoholic, and my dad wasn't around much. My friends, whom I'm still friends with to this day, came from similar backgrounds. Somehow, people with these types of upbringings seem to find each other. We also lived within 5 minutes of each other. These facts led to me being the young one. All my friends were a year or two older than me. Aside from light-hearted jabs at me being the freshman, even though at the beginning, we weren't even in high school yet, we were very tightly knit. These facts are important, because I want to emphasize how we were the type of kids who did not want to go home and took every chance we could to leave our personal problems behind. The town, at the time, had a supermarket, a gas station, and a few takeout places. We were a good half an hour away from real civilization. And most of us not even being old enough to drive, we had to make our own entertainment. Usually this took the form of exploring the woods, skating at the local middle school, and getting chased out by bored police with nothing better to do, playing video games, or, in my case, playing my own personal demons away on my guitar, though my amplifiers were never loud enough to shut out how broken my home was. I was a trapped only child. We were very active kids, though, and we usually took our bikes to the derelict train tracks that the town hated, as they drew kids like us with dirt bikes or mountain bikes and nothing better to do. We were never the malicious kind, though there were plenty of graffiti artists and junkies that hung out under the old underpasses or in the old storage sheds in the woods. Or at the location this story is about. But that wasn't us, we were just exploring, something that continued in my life, as I am now a musician and an urban explorer on my own time and a mechanic professionally, which will be somewhat important later on. And two of the friends in this story wound up joining the military. This will also be important later, due to one particular experience. This would have been about 2005. I had cringy long hair and skinny jeans, and I had a massive crush on the singer from Paramore. Anyway, back to the tracks, they were important because they were like a highway to us. One of my friends had a dirt bike, and we used to get up to 3 people at a time on it, and from there we could get to the next town over, or even to the area where the local mall is, about half an hour away by car, in record time, if we were so inclined. But as I said, we were the exploration type. So more often than not, we all took our BMX or mountain bikes, as not all of us grew up privileged enough to own dirt bikes or quads, to the tracks, and we'd ride every day during the summer and after school the rest of the year, when we didn't just skip, being the kind of adventurous, slightly headstrong, and a little too brave for our own good kids that we were. See, in the town I grew up in, there is a lake. A very large lake. And on that lake, up until about 2001, was a trailer park, a summer camp, and some upscale, very old houses, depending on which side of the lake you were on. Around 2001, the lake was condemned. The official reason, as far as I know, was polluted water. But there were other rumors. And one story that persisted heavily. Before I get to that, I want to note that the lake was polluted. If you dropped a rock or cement block in, you could watch the water change color with oil and debris from the abandoned housing developments and camps. That may be the reason. Or it may have been something a little more dark. After the lake was condemned, everyone moved out. And they moved out quickly. All of the trailers, houses, and the camp remained. There were even some cars and boats left behind. And this, of course, Led to rumors, so many rumors. Nobody knew why at the time, and nobody really knew anyone that lived back there. It was strange. Because it was a large development. Maybe for whatever reason, people had known families that lived there and chose not to speak about it or weren't allowed to. I don't know. It's just one question in a sea of them. As it was quite out of the way. The only way to get there was a secluded back road through the woods, including a bunch of turns you had to memorize to not get lost if you were going there by car, but I didn't do that myself until a few years ago. We always entered from the back. The side the train tracks ran along. They ran right by the lake, on the trailer park side, and it was about a 10-minute bike ride to get there from our houses. Now, before we had ever been there, we had all heard the stories, and we knew people had stayed away for whatever reason for years. The most retold urban legend was that a kid named Johnny had stolen a canoe, either from the camp or the trailer park, in the middle of the night sometime in 2000. The story when he took the boat, and in the dark, out on the lake, which I can confirm is absolutely massive, despite being so secluded, he lost his bearings and panicked, somehow capsized the boat, and drowned. But it didn't end there. Allegedly, they dredged the lake. After weeks of searching for him, after the owner of a boathouse on the far side of the lake realized one of the boats was gone and had actually washed up in the camp section of the lake, which was much smaller and separated by a very narrow waterway, they found many Johnnies at the bottom of the lake, but not just him. They found, depending on whoever was telling the story, anywhere from 10 to 50 other bodies. And according to the myth, that was the real reason everyone up and left. Because after this event, inexplicable things started happening. Like I said, the lake was definitely polluted, and that was most likely the reason. I'm naturally a skeptic, though the entire thing remains an enigma because there was no local press that ever talked about it. And I've never been able to explain the things we experienced there. Whatever the real reason was for the condemnation and the ensuing eviction of an entire community, it remains a mystery to this day. As far as I know, an official explanation was never publicly stated. Though I do know that people used to dump oil cans and even cars back there, which may have contributed to the pollution of the lake, but I'm getting away from the point. The point was, it was a massive lake, surrounded with a massive complex maze of trailer homes, older homes, and a camp area, and all of it was up and abandoned basically overnight, with nobody knowing why. By the time we were about 14 or 15, it started to become a hotspot for teenagers. A place to escape the world. There was no access from the road at the time, as it was gated off, and the chances of being caught for trespassing were little to none. One afternoon, we were on our bikes, like most days, and I remember vividly we ran into a group of older kids on BMX bikes in the woods. They were smoking weed, which none of us had any interest in. In fact, I'd like to get that out of the way, I didn't then and never have done drugs. And at the time these events transpired, neither did my friends, at least not the ones that frequented the lake. We got to talking, and it turned out one of them had a backpack full of fireworks. They said they were going to the lake to shoot them off the dock at the boathouse. At this point, we'd all heard the stories, but we'd never actually been there ourselves. It was further than we usually traveled, and we'd all heard the stories. But, being teenagers, we had a safety in numbers mentality. I and the two friends I was with, combined with the group we ran into, made 7 of us. Upon arriving after a long, rocky ride on our BMX bikes, we came to the lake. Even getting to it from the track side was difficult, as there was a ravine between the tracks and the trail on the other side. But the older kids showed us the trick. "Watch this," one of them scoffed. He then proceeded to ride as hard as he could straight down the incline. Then, upon hitting the bottom, he took his feet off the pedals and jumped to the pegs on the back wheels, and the momentum carried him right up the other side. None of us were strangers to doing jumps, tricks, and other stupid, reckless things on our bikes. And we followed. As soon as we were on the other side of that ravine, on that ledge, we felt that this place was special, if that's the word to use, maybe not. Foreboding is another. That day went off without a hitch. They showed us where the boathouse was, allegedly the same boathouse that Johnny had taken his final, tragic, midnight boat trip from. While I did believe that Johnny was real, I didn't know how much I believed that the rest of the urban legends were true. But like I said, that day was just a good day. The older kids smoked their weed, and we were given full reign over the massive supply of fireworks. We would walk out to the end of the dock and shoot bottle rockets into the water and watch the splash when they blew up. It had to be timed just right, and even the older kids were impressed. We spent the rest of that day trying to top each other with tricks. My friend, we'll call him M, won with an idea he cooked up to pack an old beer bottle with firecrackers, stick a bottle rocket in, light it, and then throw it out over the water. It would cause a massive explosion that sounded like a shotgun blast, And we watched the old green glass shards glimmer in the summer sunlight as they scattered into the water, hitting it like rain. At the time, I didn't realize Em had climbed to the roof of the dilapidated boathouse. After his firework trick, he called down to us, myself, my other friend, whom I'll call D, and some of the older kids. Em was and still is the definition of the all-American boy. Why he associated with us, I never knew, even though we remain good friends to this day. He had the build of a jock, he had perfect blonde hair and blue eyes, and he excelled at everything he did. I was a tiny little thing with long black hair and a lip piercing, and I dressed completely in black, even in the dead of summer. And D was the nerdy type. He excelled in math and science and even tutored me in these, as I was one of those troubled children, frequently visiting the school counselors because I had few friends. My art in the art class I took was influenced by H.R. Geiger more than Rembrandt, and in the guitar class I took, I was more interested in playing Black Sabbath than the latest top 40 hits. So we were a motley crew. And that's not even including the fourth friend who would later join us on these adventures, who I'll call E. But back to that day. The boathouse was 2 floors. It was built on a ledge, the dock came from the second floor and went about 30 feet into the water. The first floor seemed to be storage and maintenance for the many small boats that would have been stored there in the years prior. Some outboard motors were still on racks along the walls, and tools were scattered everywhere. There was a staircase that went down to a boat launch. I remember I was a bit fixated on that launch, wondering if Johnny really had spent the last moments of his life there. I was still in that area when I heard Em call out,
B, D, guys, get up here, you have to see this.
He sounded excited. I had to pry myself away from that boat launch. I rejoined D and the older kids. We got up to the roof via climbing the busted out windows. When I got up there, I noticed Em was looking across the lake, with an almost hungry look. And then I saw what he was seeing. An entire housing complex. An entire community, completely abandoned. "We've got to go," he exclaimed. I agreed. D was apprehensive at first. One of the older kids pulled me aside and said to me, quietly, "Look, man, we stay on this side, that side is bad news. We've been over there a couple times, and it's just weird." He seemed genuinely concerned. He then told me more about the abandoned homes. How everything was still in them. Furniture, appliances, vehicles, and personal belongings were all left behind. Some of the houses were basically untouched, and he told me that those were the ones to look out for. He also informed me that there was a hermit who still lived there. In a house nobody could get near. As there were stacks, literal stacks, of old car bodies surrounding the property, and a chain-link gate on the driveway. I later saw for myself that this was, in fact, true. I asked him what he meant by this, but he just shrugged and walked away. Obviously this wasn't going to stop us. We had already decided this was our new spot. And it became almost an obsession to explore every bit of this place that we could. The very next day, we returned, and we rode to the other side of the lake. It was a long ride. The area we'd seen from the boathouse the day before was basically a peninsula in the center of the lake. And the weirdness he described was there. In fact, he may have understated it. First off, something we noticed immediately was the hum. If you don't know what the hum is, it's a phenomenon reported worldwide of a low, almost inaudible, but steady sound that almost sounds like a distant motor running. It's, well, a hum. We all heard it. And though I didn't find out about the phenomenon until much later, I very much believe that is what it was. As we even tried to record it multiple times, and we never could, and though it could be written up to something like a generator on the hermit's property, it was audible at the same low volume all over the lake, no matter where you were. So over the next days and weeks and months, we explored. We explored every house, every trailer. Though we did avoid the hermit's property. And the older kids had not been kidding about everything being left behind. Everything. Absolutely everything. From calendars on walls to clothes in closets, everything was left behind. Only one notable occurrence really happened before we found the old summer camp, months later. We had begun hanging out around the lake, either at the boathouse or on the water, though we never went in the water, as, like I said, it was extremely polluted. Though we did, at one point, take a left-behind rowboat out to a small island on the lake and plant a flag of our design. I still wonder to this day if that is still there. But this occurrence, like most or all of them, I have never been able to explain away. There was a house that was pretty much intact. And we had a code, we wouldn't break anything that wasn't already broken. But the desire to get into this one house that we never could, it burned away at us. Eventually we realized, under the overgrowth, there was a storm cellar that presumably opened to an exterior set of stairs to the basement. The problem was, someone had put a cement slab over it.
At this point, it was me, M, D, and E.
It took the four of us almost an hour to move that slab. It was heavy. We ended up taking shifts of 2 at a time, kicking and dragging the slab off the entrance. We finally did it. Remember, it took us almost an hour, if not longer, to move this thing. When the way was clear, it led down a dark concrete staircase, longer than we'd thought. I and M, being the two most interested, descended the stairs slowly and were met with a locked door. A pretty new door. Newer than the house. A regular front door type deal, glass pane windows, an ugly shade of lime green, but the windows were pitch dark. M, annoyed at the fact we had spent so much time and effort on a dead end, lightly kicked the door. And this was the beginning of it all. Something on the other side of that door knocked back. M and I were up the stairs and on our bikes so quickly that D and E had trouble catching us. When we finally stopped and explained what happened, E called us pussies and said he'd go back and check. Though, of course, he wouldn't do so alone. E was, for lack of a better comparison, basically the Eric Cartman of our group. He was overconfident, manipulative, and just not a very likable person. But he always tagged along with us. He was consistent, I'll give him that. I agreed to go back with him, as I knew what I heard, and it was broad daylight. M also agreed, as long as D came, so it would be the four of us. We quickly returned. And I shit you not, we could not have been gone longer than 10 minutes. The slab had been returned to its original position. None of us said a word, we just got the hell out of there as fast as possible. Of course, this didn't stop us from returning. We rationalized it as someone ducking with us, possibly the hermit, though deep down, I think we all knew that was impossible. It had taken four of us an hour, at least, to move that piece of cement. Weeks went by with no other events, save that sometimes we thought we could see lights through the trees, not like hikers with flashlights either. These were amber, almost like fire, but too solid. On more than one occasion we tried to find the source, but by the time we'd get there, it would be long gone. This leads into the next memorable occurrence. At some point, our teenage minds decided it would be a good idea to start going there at night. I don't remember exactly why, but I wish we never had. In the beginning, nothing happened. Kids from around the area often partied on the boathouse side of the lake well into the morning, and sometimes during the day we'd run across other groups of people exploring the ruins. On the far side. One night, we met up with some mutual friends at the old summer camp. It took us a long time to find it, and we almost turned back many times. It was on a completely separate part of the lake, and we did this in the dark, on bicycles. We were going to have a bonfire and just hang out. It wasn't until we went to the camp that the occurrences started happening in earnest. I didn't like it. From the moment we found the place, I had a gut feeling something just wasn't right. That night, I remember stepping away from the fire and the 20 or so people who'd gathered to take a leak in the woods. I'm self-conscious, so I went a bit deeper into the trees than I probably should have. For a minute it was silent. Then I started to hear what sounded like whispering. I first wrote it off as a breeze through the trees, but it increased in volume. And soon, it was almost deafening. I ran the duck out of there, back towards the fire, where D immediately asked if I was ducking with them. No, I gasped out, why? Because we saw the lights again, around where you went into the woods, we thought you had a flashlight or something and were trying to duck with us. We locked eyes. He saw the panic in mine, and I saw the realization in his. He told me I was white as a sheet, and I'm already naturally very pale. I told them exactly what happened. A few older kids stayed behind, but we left, and most of them did too. However, I vowed to go back during the day. I wanted a rational explanation. Now that we knew how to get to the camp, we decided it was too far for BMX bikes, especially if we needed to get out quickly, for whatever reason that could arise. M had a dirt bike, and I rode passenger when we went back to check it out. By this time E had his license and parked his car somewhere on the other side of the lake and walked the rest of the distance through the trails to meet us. Seeing the old summer camp cabins in daylight was no better. There was a sense of impending doom looming everywhere, but we soldiered on. We returned to the approximate place in the woods where I had been. We found the remains of what looked like animal sacrifices. It could have been the work of a coyote, as we have an overpopulation of them here, if not for the fact that there was a raccoon splayed out and nailed to a tree. In the daylight, we weren't scared so much as curious. We just kind of had to accept the possibility there could have been people in the woods messing with us. Not that the idea of some crazy ducking cultists being hundreds of feet away from us a few nights prior was a comforting thought. It gave us a plausible, rational explanation. Moving on to the cabins themselves, there was again just a bad sense of impending doom and a feeling of being watched. We went through all of them. Most of them were like the trailer homes and houses on the other part of the lake, with everything still in place. We braved opening a refrigerator, solely because we wanted a time frame. We found a ketchup bottle with an expiration date of January 2000. The cabins looked so much more derelict than the apparent time they'd been left. One of the cabins, I think it was the last one we went through, was more untouched than the others. Sleeping bags were still rolled out on cots. There was a Boy Scout vest on the kitchenette table. It had the heaviest feeling atmosphere of any of them. There was a painting on the wall in the living room area. And this painting, just the thought of it, chills me to the core to this day. It was a portrait, I don't know of whom. It almost looked like Vlad the Impaler and was just so out of place, so stark in contrast to the rest of the cabin. I felt like the eyes were staring into my soul. M was also freaked out by it. I don't know exactly why. I still don't. It was just one of those, almost Silent Hill-ish, out of place type things. I broke our rule about breaking things. I tore that mother ducker off the wall, walked right by M and E, out of the cabin, and tossed it into the lake. That may have been a mistake. A few weeks went by, and we decided we would still hang out on the boathouse side and in the trailer park area. Over time, we ended up mostly forgetting the events at the camp area. And we began staying late into the night again. Eventually, the main focal point of this story. The event that really still bothers me to this day, because there is no way I can explain it away, happened. Being poor kids that relied on our bikes for transportation and treated them like extensions of our personal selves, we were always salvaging parts from abandoned bikes in the woods, on corners with free signs on them, etc. There was a shed on that lake that was full of old bicycles. It was a goldmine for us. But it was behind a larger trailer home. One that we had never really given a second glance, as we'd seen so many of those abandoned trailer homes by that point. Well, one night we were sitting around a small fire we'd made near the boathouse, and we were bored. So we decided to do something we'd never done before, explore a few houses at night. Realizing that this would mean passing the hermit's house, we decided against going down that trail. Someone, I think it was D, brought up the house by the shed. Now, right off the bat, I didn't like the idea. That area was down yet another set of dirt roads, and the 3 or 4 houses back there did not have any sort of view of the lake. It was pretty much a cul-de-sac. The other houses had deteriorated badly, but this one, which was set further back than the others, was pretty much pristine. I immediately got a bad vibe. I had never particularly liked that area. Something about it bothered me, even more so than the camp area. But the 3 of us, myself, M, and D, pressed on. This was before the advent of smartphones, so we had one flashlight between the 3 of us. We rode our bikes to the area in the dark. The moonlight was bright enough to light the way. We actually expected the house to be locked. It was just too immaculate, whereas while all the other trailer homes that weren't starting to decay were still recognizable as former homes, they were trashed. Holes in the walls, graffiti tags, ripped up furniture, and things like that. I remember the events as they happened perfectly. We carefully leaned our bikes against the right side of the house, as the stairs leading to the front door were slightly closer to that side, and though we may have been headstrong, we weren't stupid. We knew there was always a chance of running into a drug addict or a panicked homeless person. I used to keep a short baseball bat along the frame of my bike, as we often rode in deserted areas for miles at a time. But for whatever reason, that night I didn't have it. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. D had the flashlight, and he immediately lit it up when we got off our bikes. M and I were a little annoyed, as it wrecked our night vision. You know, if you spend enough time in the dark, your eyes adjust. Well, he undid that. That just added to the bad feeling I already had. We slowly made our way around the house to the steps leading to the front door. I remember saying it was going to be locked as I touched the handle. It wasn't. I opened the door a few inches and looked back at M and D. We looked at each other and gave a slight nod, then went in. I opened the door, and D went in with the flashlight. M immediately called out, "Hey, is anyone here?" I remember asking, "Dude, what the duck?" We had been trying to be as quiet as possible. And then I saw what he was seeing. The door opened into the living room. The interior was immaculate. There was no clear indication that the house had even been abandoned, besides it being on condemned property, with an overgrown exterior and the surrounding homes collapsing in on themselves. The furniture was perfect. There was an old school, big screen projection TV that wasn't smashed. The kitchen, which we could see from the door, looked clean. For whatever reason, we actually laughed about this. Saying, "Holy shit, everyone else is scared of this place too, they haven't even touched it." Despite being a trailer home, it was large. And it had a fireplace. I used my flip phone for what little light I could and got to work attempting to start a small fire to better light the area, while M took the flashlight and went on, making sure we were really alone. D was sitting on the couch behind me, texting his girlfriend. I eventually gave up on the fire and went to sit on the couch next to D. We sat for a few moments before hearing M calling us into another room. I don't know why, but I had an immense sense of dread. I was sure he had found something horrible. My imagination went wild as D and I stumbled towards the one lit room, lit by M's flashlight, down the hall. When we got there, we saw M staring at the wall to the right of the doorway. The flashlight wasn't even trained on the wall, it hung limply in his hand. I had never seen him show fear before. But I could tell he was horrified. M, what's wrong? I asked quietly. The wall had what had to be hundreds of knives, of every type, mostly large kitchen knives, stabbed into it. Some appeared to be done in patterns, others randomly. I was speechless. It was as if someone had taken every knife from every abandoned home in the area and put it into this wall. But it got worse. Before we had a chance to say anything, M turned around, shining the light on the opposite wall. Now, it may have been red paint, but as I said, I'm a mechanic, and I restore cars. I've never seen red paint dry like what I'm about to describe. In dark red, paint, or otherwise, were written all kinds of random letters, symbols, and numbers. All framing a large, messily written sentence in the center of the wall. It said, "Leave the house now." I was ducking horrified. So was D. M, he seemed lost. Almost like he didn't know how to process the emotion of fear. As I said, he was that type. He later joined the military and was put in a special forces unit. I turned to leave, and D grabbed M by the arm and pulled him along with us. He was saying he didn't feel well and that he needed to sit for a second. D and I wanted to get out of the house, hell, get out of the ducking town, but M's days, which I now recognize was an anxiety attack, worried us, and we sat him down on the couch. We assumed we'd be fine, but we still wanted to get the hell out of there. After sitting there for what seemed like forever but was probably only about 2 minutes, it happened. We heard voices. All three of us heard them. It sounded like two men having a heated conversation. We went dead silent. Then, we heard footsteps on the front steps. This snapped M out of his daze. We were up so quickly that everything became a blur. There were sliding glass doors in the kitchen area that led to the backyard. We slammed them open and ran like hell around the side of the house, grabbed our bikes, and looked back, expecting to see two drug addicts or cultists. We saw nobody. Nothing out of place. I remember stopping dead in my tracks and mouthing "what the duck" under my breath. M's fear had been replaced by adrenaline, and he was more angry than anything. He started calling out. "Hey, if there is anyone here, come out. I'm serious, mother duckers. Come out now," as he looked all over the area with the flashlight. There was nobody there. There was nobody anywhere. We couldn't have taken more than 30 seconds to get up, out, and around the house. And we were obviously very loud, as we did so in a panic. M, still on adrenaline rage, said, "Duck it," and picked up a 2x4 on the ground. He charged right back into the house and repeated his earlier statements. He came back about a minute later. There was nobody in the house. We were so bothered by this that we didn't actually do the obvious and run like hell. With the one flashlight, our cell phones, and a torch I made from a piece of wood, some fabric, and lighter fluid my friend had for the fire we had earlier, we combed the entire area of the house and came up with absolutely nothing. I still, to this day, have no idea what the hell went on in that room. I have no idea what those voices and footsteps were. I'm a skeptic, and I've since been in much more foreboding abandoned places, but I've never experienced a feeling of fear like that again. After this, we still hung out near the lake, but we stuck to the one area, where other kids hung out, too. Eventually we grew up and apart. E moved, M and D both joined the military, and I went on with my life. On one leave trip M had, about 2 years later, we decided to revisit the lake. By this time, the train tracks were gone and being replaced with what is now a nature and cyclist trail, and some of the houses had been bulldozed. It was clear that the lake as we knew it wouldn't be around for much longer. Nothing strange happened, all was well until at one point, just walking our dirt bikes through an area it would have been nearly impossible to ride through, we heard a massive, thunder-like sound. It was so loud it shook the ground. It rattled windows in the abandoned homes around us. It was a bright, clear day, and it was louder than any thunder I've ever heard.
This sound was heard by myself, M, a friend of his, and my ex-girlfriend.
My immediate reaction, always the skeptic, was a sonic boom, as we do live somewhat near an airbase. M had spent the last year of his life on an aircraft carrier, dealing with jets daily. All he said was, "That was not a sonic boom." And he never brought it up again. We visited a few more times, but more and more of the development was being leveled and replanted with trees to make it more aesthetically pleasing for the nature trail. About 2 years ago, I and a friend drove back there to see if there was anything left. Every single building, including the hermit's home, was gone. You would have never even known it existed. Any of it. I parked my car on the dirt road, the car I had at the time being a large, old, very loud muscle car, painted in a thick coat of matte black. This is important, because after we hopped the gate on the dirt road, which was now connected to a chain link fence that ran the entire, massive perimeter of the lake, and did a bit of walking around, trying to picture where certain buildings or items had been, we returned to the car and found something unexpected. There were scratches, resembling claw marks, almost like a cat scratch, but humanly sized and spaced, on the passenger side front fender of the car. On a tough, matte black finish. I'm absolutely certain of two things. The first being that I did not hit or brush anything on the way in to make those marks, and second, I'm absolutely certain I never want to go back to that lake again.